All right, welcome to the show, everyone. This is your host, Ray Hansen, and we are here live at Smokin Aces Barbecue and Billiards here in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. And we got a great action match for you tonight. Out of Toledo, Ohio, Shane Winters. Shane is one of the only players to win back-to-back events over at the Brickyard Tournament in Indianapolis. Really tough field. I compared to the White Diamonds tournament in Louisiana. Of course, it's getting to where nothing compares to that tournament, but Shane did win that 2 times in a row and won an action match with John Mora recently, playing really solid. And Sky Woodward out of Paducah, Kentucky, current Fight Nights 9-ball bar table champion, and won that defeating Jesse Bowman here just a month or so ago, back in June. And Skylar has been winning everything. Just recently won the BCA Grand Masters 8-ball in Vegas as well. Won the tournament down in Houston at Big Time Classic. 21 years old. This is rack number 1. This is a race to 21. 2 out of 3 sets. Sky Woodward takes rack number 1. Nice out. We're still batting down the hatchets over here. Getting everything in order. I didn't even get to see a single ball pocketed that last rack, but Sky Woodward, nice out. There we go, rack number 2. Nobody home. Now Shane Winters will come to the table. He's got a pretty nice layout here. 1 to the 2 ball. And then he's got to have a way to get back over to the 3. He might be able to. If he can get down to this bottom rail below the 10-9 there, he can probably come out 2 rails between the 5 and 4 for shape on a 3. We'll see what Shane Winters comes up with. I'm not sure how many of you have seen Shane Winters play before, even. But solid player. I know a lot of people had many doubts when we had announced that match with Shane Winters and Chris Bartram earlier this year. That match never happened. And here he is in action. You saw the path he pointed to with his cue there. He's going to play the 9 in the bottom left corner. Nicely done. We got action. How's this for a match? Tied up already. 1-1 is not that big a deal. I'm just being facetious. Shane Winters answers back. This is winner break format. They're racking their own. The 10 will not count on the break at all. Spot up. Otherwise, playing 9-ball rules. Here we go, rack number 3. Really appreciate everyone joining us out on the internet there. Be sure and share what's going on over here on your favorite social medias as well. We've got numerous threads going on multiple pool forums. If you see one, please add a comment or ask a question or something there. It helps keep those up in the front and folks can see them and notice them. Appreciate that. Also, share it on Facebook. Share it on your wall. Ask your friends to share it too, please. Push out from Winters, and we'll see what Woodward is going to do here. It's a tough one. He can't. I don't think he can even spin this 1 ball in. This is going to be a safety play here. If he chooses to take this, he could pass it back. All right. Guy tries to sneak behind the 9 ball there, but the 1 caught the 5 and rolled back out into play. Winters has a shot here on the 1. Most of you are probably aware, but this weekend it's $2,000 entry tournament. 16 top players are here, and will be starting tomorrow evening. Calcutta will be at 6 p.m. and play will commence immediately following the Calcutta, approximately 8 p.m. We'll have 2 matches on the TV table tomorrow night. It will be an 8 p.m. and an 11 p.m. Those are all races to 21. Winter break format this time. That was a nice shot by Shane, except the 6 ball got right in the game there. All right, stepped away for a second. We get that scoreboard updated. Sky Woodward up 2-1. like Shane Winters ties it up 2-2. Well, it's starting to look like it might be neck and neck here all the way to the end. Well, looks like Shane Winters is in prime time here to take the lead. 42, Shane Winters. Nice crowd out here at Smokin Aces coming in early for the action match here. Main event starting tomorrow, 6 p.m. will be the players auction. 16 players, all top players. It's going to be an awesome tournament. Shane has a shot on the 2-ball here. It's a very steep angle. He may play for his safety. Well, Shane Winters is slicing through these racks here in a workman-like fashion. We're going to have special commentary this weekend from Action Man Scott Rabin's going to be with us. He's due in here anytime, coming up with Mr. Johnny Archer and company. Shane Winters extends his lead to 2 now, 4-2. This is a race to 21, and it's 2 out of 3 sets. All right, here we go. Rack number 7. nice break from Shane. Gets the wing ball right into the side pocket. And I can't tell if you can see this 2-ball or not past the 6 here. Let's take a look from the front angle. Does not have a shot at it. Go to shorty here, going right over the 6-ball here. Shane wants to continue the run. Nope, had second thoughts over the jump. He's got his break cue out. He's going to do a full cue jump with this break cue. Well, he's going to leave a slice and dice here for Woodward. And Sky can also bank this. Sky is an excellent bank artist, as many of you may have seen him win the Derby City Classic bank ring game. But we'll see what he likes here. And he goes for the bank, but doesn't get it. Now Shane wants to just nick this 2-ball over towards the 4 and come out, but the 8-ball's right there in the way, making this this shot very interesting. Let's see what he does. Nice hit, but he's left Shane a possible shot on the 10-ball here. He's looking at it. This is almost automatic here. He can just hit this 2-ball, half ball. This is very close to being just a dead shot. Well, no good, but he got away with it here. Sky has no shot. He can hit the 2. Ooh, nasty. Well, Shane Winters, he's got a pretty easy kick here. If he can just get over there to this 2-ball, touch it anywhere and it's gone. Entry fee for this 2-man tournament was $5,000. To get the cash, you're going to have to win 2 out of 3 sets, racing to 21 here. And this is the beginning of the first set. After this rack, I'm going to flash up on the screen all of the players that are going to be in the tournament this weekend. It starts tomorrow against $2,000 entry. So $2,000 added to the prize fund plus $500 for the most break-and runs. And that should be exciting. We'll be keeping a board with the current break-and run leader on the wall over here at the event, which is very cool. All right, I'm going to be stepping away for just a quick second here. Be right back as Sky Woodward pulls within 1. Be right back, folks. All right, we are back for the folks on the internet here. The recording went uninterrupted, but we are back up live streaming now from Smokin Aces here in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. This is Action Match, $5,000 entry. It's first player to win 2 out of 3 sets. Race to 21. 10 ball on the bar table here. No 10s count on the break, but they're basically playing 9 ball rules here. Big break for Sky Woodward here, a chance to tie it up 5-5. Sky Woodward ties it up 5-5 now. Well, some of you may remember the action match we had at the last big money Smokin Aces tournament. Justin Bergman played Hennessy, and they played right after the event ended. Actually, I think it was on Monday they played. Justin Bergman ended up coming out on top, but it was a good tight match. And it looks like we're getting treated to another good tight match here. The players are seeming to like the 10 ball version of rotation. Played like 9 ball, they seem to like it better, primarily because it takes the break out of the equation. It's not a breaking contest, as 9 ball is often referred to as. I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing more of these big entry 10 ball tournaments coming up. We had 23 players for the big table 10 ball down at the Memphis Open a few weeks ago. Jason Klatt coming out on top of that with Justin Bergman finishing runner-up. It was a great event. Well, there's no way to kick at this that I can see unless he wants to try to kick and nick. Just nick the one here. It seems pretty risky. He may get Shorty out even here. No, he is going for the kick. All right, here we go. Nicely struck. few of the top players that have already arrived here in Poplar Bluff. Rodney Morris is here. Shane Van Boning is here. Justin Bergman is in the house. These two, of course. Nice 3-rail. And look at the result. Great shot from Sky Woodward. I like it. And Shane Winters now will get Shorty out here. front row. Big break for Shane Winters. All right, Shane Winters, 6'5" now. Alex Olinger and Shane Van Boning have entered the building. Justin Bergman hitting balls down to our right, practicing on the bar table. Getting kicked all over the place, and Shane will have a shot at the the two, but no clear pocket for it. He'll have to try a combo on the 2-7 if he wants to open up with that. Or he'll have to look for somewhere to hide. Hit it well, but no reward. Look at this 2-ball. right, just stepping back here. Looks like Sky Woodward has taken the lead one more time, 7-6 here. Third of the way there. Well, these breaks are going to be the determining factor, I do believe. Both players, though, have really not been coming up with a whole lot on the break here. Dry break from Woodward, and Shane Winters has a clear shot. And this rack is runnable here. If you can get on this 3-ball, well, I believe we will see this rack run out. Oh, snuck it in. Back in action, 7-7. Once again, dry break, nobody home. Sky Woodward has a shot here, partially jacked up over the 10 ball, excuse me, the 8 ball. 10 ball's the other black one, and he'll have a shot here on the 1 ball. Nicely done. It's not out of the woods yet. It's going to have to pop out off the rail. Probably pop out right between the 4 and 8 here, and come over for a 3 ball on the top right. Wow, got away with that one. I'm pretty sure he wasn't trying to run into that 4 ball. Billy Thorpe in the house here, coming in to sweat some action. It's another really solid, straight shooting young man out of Ohio. Billy Thorpe is only about 17 years old. Man, he plays strong. He almost hit that one. He did hit that one a little bit too good here. He can probably just draw back and have a little bit longer shot on the 7 ball. This guy seems to have really nice cue ball control. in. Can he see the 6 ball? I believe so. He's getting awful close to some impeding balls here, but he's getting there and getting it done. This is very straight into the side pocket here. He's almost got no room to cheat the pocket here at all. Whoa. Got there. Catch the point, you're in big trouble. Shane Winters ties it up, folks. 8-8. Check out this list, folks. This is the tournament that starts tomorrow at 6 p.m. Here's the players. How's that for a field? Shane Van Boning, Rodney Morris, Chip Compton, Shane Winters, Justin Bergman, Johnny Archer, Chad Vilma. Wow, what a field, man. This is unbelievable. I'm really excited. We're going to see a lot of good action this weekend. Good stuff. Hope all of you plan on sticking around with us over the weekend. Again, action man Scott Rabin will be here soon. Be joining us here on the commentary for this match and the rest of the weekend. And if you haven't heard of Scott Rabin before, Scott did a lot of high-stakes gambling. Almost all the top players know him very well. And Scott had a brain hemorrhage, and it affected his vision. He's not able to see clearly on the pool table any longer. And we're really tickled to be able to get him back involved in the sport through some commentary. He's actually quite good. So hope all of you will welcome Scott Rabin to the team this weekend. And he's going to be staying with me. We're going to do 3 events together. We're going to do this weekend, next weekend at the Carom Room in Beloit, which the Carom Room in Beloit has over 30 top players in their field that could win it. Now, how strong is that? And there's a pretty sizable waiting list as well. And there's several top players on the waiting list as well. I heard Chuck Ralston just got a phone call today that he is in. So that adds to the fire there. It's a great hit considering what he had there. He had to manufacture an angle to miss the 2 ball and still come over to hit the 1 ball. It's a great shot. And Sky Woodward has got a... he's probably going to be playing a safety here. He doesn't have a shot for the pocket anywhere. Good stuff. And then following the Carom Room tournament, Scott Rabin's going to be traveling on down to Texas for the Texas Open, the 41st annual Texas Open. It's the longest running 9-ball tournament in the United States, possibly the world. 41 years. Can you believe that? It's going to be a great tournament. The best of Texas will be playing in that tournament. The Texas Open. Great venue. Also, Skinny Bob's Billiards. I'd like to invite everyone to come and check out Skinny Bob's. If not for the Texas Open, if you get down in the Austin area, or it's in Round Rock, actually, north of Austin, I recommend stopping in there and visiting with John, the owner. Recently, Skinny Bob's Billiards was owned by two fellows. Excuse me just 1 second here. Okay, sorry, I stepped ahead of distraction there for a second. Yeah, Skinny Bob's Billiards was owned by two fellows, Rich Anglin and John Cielo. And they recently, John Cielo recently bought Rich out, and he has taken over the operation there. Both did a great job, and look forward to going back down to Skinny Bob's always. Sky Woodward once again takes the lead. 9-8. They have a young player here in the Poplar Bluff area that is hearing impaired, and he has just been beside himself getting to interact and mingle with Shane Van Boning here the last few days. Shane's been in town since Tuesday, I believe. Yeah, it's really cool getting to share some of the struggles and obstacles that I'm sure each of those players have endured. Uh-oh. Wow, he was just trying to sneak around that 3 ball, and he snuck a little too far. Got the 8 ball. Ooh, nice little rub, but no love. Left this one perfectly. Now the problem here is the 3 ball. Does it pass the 7? Shane's looking at it right now, and the way he just shook his head, I don't think it goes very easily. It may not go at all. Well, there's our answer. Passed in there, no problem. 6 ball's really big on this shot here. Shane's trying to decide if he wants to go to the end rail and try to sneak back out, or come over and maybe bump the 6. Nice. Very nicely done. Well, no one's pulling away here in this match, folks. Tight race here. You know, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of tournaments with $5,000 entry where someone's getting ran over. It just doesn't happen. It's all going to be hard work. appears I missed a rack here. I think it's, I'm looking at the score correctly, it's 9-11 right now. Woodward getting right back in it and slept a rack again there. It's 11-11 now, tied up, going to 21. Race to 10 from here for this first set. 2 out of 3 sets. This was a $5,000 entry fee. break. Shane Winters coming to the table with a clear shot on the 1 ball. And this rack is doable. We'll see if Shane can pull it off. All right, the players have had to clarify with the players what they did on the beads. I thought I missed a couple of racks, and I don't know how that could happen, but I've got a lot going on here. What they had done is when they moved all 11 beads over, what they did is they moved the entire group of beads back. Instead of just leaving it 11 beads over, they moved 11 back to the fresh side. So when they went to 11, they did that on 10. So when they got to 10, for 11, they moved the whole stack of beads back over. So when there was one bead on the other side, we knew it was 11 because it was 1. So that was the reasoning behind that, and they got me thrown off there. So score is correct now. It is 11-10. Shane Winters.
He was worried about it getting too hot in here. You know, last time it was fine. So he went and bought a whole other giant air conditioning unit. Man, he's got the air. The air will blow your hair. Look at that. Look at that banner. He's got the air moving in here, buddy. I'm gonna keep packing this place full. It ain't get warm. It's a little much. So how you been? I was pumping you up earlier, explaining.
All right, just stepping back. Looks like Sky Woodward's got the little bounce working in his step, and he is about to take a 2-game lead here over Shane Winters, 13-11. I'd like to give a quick shout out to the event sponsors here at the tournament. Mitchell Thomas Custom Cues. He's a local cue maker here in Poplar Bluff. I've been playing with Mitchell Thomas for a couple of years now, and really enjoying it. He plays. It's a great playing cue. Had to have one as soon as I hit the ball with it. Loved it. Don't get me wrong, love my hand shoe also. Also, Lemons Coin Machines out of Cape Girardeau, Missouri. And Roger Alford Heating and Cooling. And I tell you what, Mikey McEwen, the owner here at Smokin Aces, was a little worried about the AC handling the load in August, and a room full of people, and he added another huge air conditioner to the system, and it is freezing in here. You can hang meat in this place. And that was installed by Roger Alford of Roger Alford Heating and Cooling. Also, I'd like to thank Ferries Construction, West Ferries. If you need a new home built or just to remodel an old one, West can help. Give them a call. Also, Pat DeVinny with DeVinny Cues has brought a beautiful Hustler cue for the event here, and we really appreciate Pat DeVinny and all of his involvement in the major tournaments around the country. Also like to thank Mark McMullen with Jumpin' Jacks Jump Cues. Really great jump cues, and very, very effective, effortless jump, and very unique looking as well. Jumping jacks. It's jacks with an X. Nice combo. Shane Winters takes that rack and pulls within one. Also, fundmanny.com. Fundmanny.com, also a sponsor of the event here. And now there's a great young man, Manny Perez, out of the Kansas City area here. Great player, and he's been qualified to play in the Junior World Tournament in China this year, and it's quite an expensive trip, and they are doing a fundraiser for Manny to help him get over there. And I'm telling you, you want to help a young man develop his game, there's your chance right there. Go hit fundmanny.com and send a little something. Put a little message with it too. Great people. Hector Perez and his son Manny. Well, he gets a ball down here. He's got both bottom pockets blocked here. Scott Rabin is in the house now, folks, along with Mr. Johnny Archer. Just getting in off the road. Rodney Norris is here as well. Sweating a little action from the sidelines. tough shot here, especially partially jacked up over this 8-ball. Really nowhere to duck at here either. Well, a whole lot of things going on that shot, but nothing Shane's way. Sky will come to the table with a bank shot on the 2-ball, and it looks like he's got enough room to sneak it past the 10-ball. Not sure that's what he's doing. Back in action here now. He's got to get back up for the 3-ball on the side. I don't think the 3 passes the 6-ball, and to do that, he's got to watch out for that 10-ball. Nicely done. And it's about all there is left to talk about on this rack. I'm thinking these guys, and it's already happening, they're getting warmed up and they're starting to both play a little bit faster, Sky especially. Boom, blink your eyes a couple times. Shane Winters right back in it. Tied up 13s. Shane kind of got on the 50-yard line on this shot. front that 7 ball and put it in an awkward spot. Likely to be seeing a combo on that 7-9. All right, stepped away for a second, just got back, and looks like Shane Winters with a 1-game lead. And I'd like to introduce and welcome Mr. Scott Rabin here to the booth here. Scott just getting in from not a very long drive, just a little hop and a skip there. How's it going, Scott? Doing all right?
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. Just hop and a skip, that's about 9 hours of driving, Ray.
Oh,
But I'm glad to be here. I'm ready to roll.
no, man, if it's 9 hours, y'all stopped about 3-4 times to eat or something.
We had to eat 3-4 times in 9 hours.
All right.
Well, it looks like Shane has just barely salvaged a shot here. Didn't go too far. Struggled a bit here, but I think he's back in it. He's in line. Gonna take a 2-game lead. So, Ray, it's been back and forth?
Back and forth, and in fact, 2 games has been the biggest lead there's been. And
Really?
So, I'm curious to see if it's going to end up with a 2-game difference at the end here, or if someone's going to, pull ahead.
So let's get this format right again. Let's talk about that for a second.
All right. Okay.
Is it? It's the best 2 out of 3 races to 21.
That's correct. Yeah.
All played this evening.
All played this evening.
Okay, we're in it for a long haul, maybe.
Yeah, we had planned on, the estimate was like 3-hour matches here. Well, we're only about 12 minutes away from 3 hours here. We started just a little bit after 7, but we'll call it 7:15. So at 10:15, we'll see where we're at here. But it's pretty close to 3 hours. It's going to be a little over, but so we're probably going to be here till. We could possibly be here till 3 or 4 a.m. It's possible. If this goes 3 sets.
I like the way he broke those. He, regardless of if he makes anything or not, he hit them so flush and so squarely. The cue ball came straight back a little bit and had a little hesitation, slowed down, so that takes any scratch out of play. And it did float up to the head rail, but that's okay. He controlled it as far as, not catching any side rails, where you hit it off center and can end up scratching in the side or something.
From the internet chat room, Mr. Terry Hanna giving a shout out to Scott there. And Scott, what do you say about that?
Man, I'm glad Terry Hanna's here. I feel more comfortable when Terry Hanna's in the booth with us.
Is that right?
I do.
We should just do a call-in with Terry Hanna.
I think we should have a segment like that.
Yeah, if we could get Terry Hanna on the line, folks, we'll pick his brain here about many things.
I still want to meet Terry Hanna at some point. I feel like I know him. So Skyler looks to, I think this is pretty routine here as long as he gets center table. Once he's on the 6th, this entire rack is opened up. He's found the key. He's trying to find that spot near center table where he can negotiate which side of the 9 to go to get on the 6th. That'll kind of be the key that opens up this entire rack. Can't skim the 10 there. Yeah, he's good. Looks like he'll just put a little stroke to this with a little high and a touch of left. Come out above the 9 and shoot the cue ball between the gap between the 9 and 7. Well, he played it on around. Ooh.
Killed the cue ball.
Yeah, I thought he was okay. He'd like that better. And it doesn't much matter. He's in control. I think on the bar table, a lot of times you just kind of play what feels right to you. And it's kind of how you're taught to play the bar table, Ray. You don't want to get too cute and slow roll too much. You want to hit the balls with a little pop and then kill the cue ball.
Yeah. There isn't very many shots that are very long either. So you can pretty much make a ball if you can see it. You can almost make it anywhere.
That's right. That's very much true. And the thing about the bar table is you can create a little more angle than really would be there, say normally like on a big table, because you can sort of miss a ball a little wide and it's still going to kind of slip in,
Yeah,
There's just the nature of the cut of the bar table corner pockets. They accept the balls, whereas a big table cut pocket will kind of reject the ball or cause it to rattle across and hang if it's hit a little inaccurately or a little too hard. The bar table, as long as it hits inside of the points, it's generally going to go. The shelf is cut shorter as far as the slate. It doesn't go as deep back into the pocket. So bar table cut pockets like these, now these are different than, let's say, a diamond bar table. Diamond bar table is cut like a regular table pocket. So you can hang balls on a diamond bar table a lot more, but a true bar table is more like this, where the balls, they hit inside those points, they go. Well, last time Skylar was in, oh no, did he get it? Oh, he didn't scratch, at least he can push. I was sweating it for him.
I know. You got me sweating there.
You know, last time we saw Skylar in action on the bar table in a long session. After day one, well, he played Jesse Bowman, a race to 100 games. And after day one, the score was 50-49, Skylar over Jesse. And then at the end of day two, he had won by 18 games.
Yeah, he went ahead and kicked it up a notch.
100-82. So 17 game spread on day two. So maybe he's a late starter. Tighten it up and pour it on here in a little while. Who knows? But I'll tell you, Shane Winters is not one that's easy to pull away from on this bar table. On any table.
Well, this guy's trying to figure out what to do here.
Yeah, it's real tricky. He's not going to be able to push out for any kind of offense, really. This is all just going to be about safety.
Did he push out for a cross bank here on?
Well, he wouldn't shoot at that. No, not to make. This is all about safety.
Yeah, cross bank combo.
No, there wouldn't be any offense here. This is only going to be, whoever takes it's going to be just playing safe.
All right.
You'd have to hit that cross bank combo on the button, and the pockets are.
Well, where are you playing safe at here?
Well, he's looking to play the cue ball safe down behind the 9 or behind the 3 if it lays upright. But again, that's a tricky line. If he's not careful, he can run headlong into one of those balls. You know, he could go squarely into the 3. So he's got to be careful.
Yeah.
You know, this is not easy.
I'm not crazy about this push out.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that is exactly why we saw him give this back. You know, Shane Winters gave this shot back, thinking that he didn't like his chances of, you know, wiggling the cue ball down underneath these balls. And I see Skylar looking around. He's maybe trying some more movement, but I think he's just going to try to get under the 9 or under the 3. Or is he gearing up to hit this? Yeah, no, this is what I was talking about. You go full into the 3 and you give up the shot. And I think that's exactly why, you know, he figured the difficulty on that shot was pretty high to be accurate with it, so give it back. Yeah, this is a shot that he'll be able to put a little sharp, quick draw on it. Doesn't hit it too hard here because it can shock over towards the 7 before the spin catches. He'll hit this just a good, strong stroke without a ton. Oh, he's going forward. Where is he drawing it? Yeah, that's the type of draw stroke I thought. If you hit that ball hard with the draw, it may arc out and then go towards the 7 before the draw catches, and you might thin the 7 in front of the 2, and then you're in trouble. So he did well there. This rack is no gimme here. He doesn't have a path back to the 3 easily. So he's just looking at stunning over with the cue ball, splitting the 7 and 10 and going over that side rail above the 6 where he was just aiming, and just accepting the cut on the 3 ball next. Or maybe, you know, he'll be able to spin this ball forward or stun. He's got 2 options. He uses top right and goes 2 rails around that 10 ball up there. Yeah, he's considering his options on where he'll be and what he'll have on the 3. If he gets where he's pointing there, he's got a decent shot at the 3 to stay to the right of the 9 coming back off the rail and end up with the 4 inside, and then he's out. For sure, the trick is going to be just pocketing the 3 and missing the 9 and going back up table and then back to the center of the table. I think he'll be fine on position here. pretty routine. You know, and he got the most out of that he could. Look how close he came to the 7, and he got the best possible angle at the 3. So I think he's going from here. You'll just see him put a stroke to this, double up the center of the table, just missing the 9 barely. Just going right across the spot, and back to the center of the table for the 4, and then he's out. And these are all pretty routine. There could be a little more cut on the 4 than he likes. Yeah, he didn't. He could have gone another foot there and been perfect, but he's okay. What you'll see him do here, Ray, is if he can't get straighter on the 6, he'll just pull it back just a little bit, or maybe get closer towards the 9, and then he'll pop this 6 in with just below center right cue ball and zigzag across the table twice. Okay, or now that he's straighter, he doesn't have to do it that way. He doesn't have to involve the second rail. Now he can just pull this back towards the center. He's gone. I like the looks of this place here in Poplar Bluff. Get to unwind a little bit now after a long drive, and it looks nice. I like the setup. Curious to try some of that barbecue. Well, Ray told me that there's only been a 2-game gap so far as the lead. And if he gets out here, then this will be a 2-game gap again. See if he can stretch it out beyond this. This bar table pool is so much about the break. You know, these guys are both pretty sick with running the balls. Over the years, I've, kind of noticed Shane Winters, as a player, recognized he was one of those guys that as he grew on up, he's going to be a champion, He's a young, wiry kid, kind of following around all the champions and dabbling in some serious pool, but, he was not who he is today, of course, in recent years, and he's added to it and added to it. Now he's an absolute monster player. That's kind of the progression that they all go through. Recognize some of these young players that, once they get a few more years in this running around playing big-time pool, they're going to be just tough players to deal with. They are the future top guys of tomorrow. Does that make sense? Future top guys? Interesting. Nothing for him. Well, again, I think that this is a ball he's going to pocket for sure. And I think he's going to come all the way down the table between the 3 and the 10 to the bottom rail. Kind of like that. So he's kept enough angle here where he can draw this ball out. Watch this ball. He's going to have a little action on this ball. Well, it may be more angle than I recognize, than I realize here. Yeah, apparently it is, because he's looking to go in that direction with this cue ball. I thought he was a bit straighter than that, but apparently not. Now, there are a couple of plays here. He may involve the 4, go kind of between the 4 and the rail, moving the 4. Okay, like that. That's a good shot because it does 2 things. It gets the 4 playable. Or is it? 7's proximity to it makes it a little tricky, but it's all on how well he shoots his 3. He's looking at crossing all the way over the table for the 4 in the upper right-hand corner pocket. Or the other option is, bam, right there. And then he needs to pull it back a little bit from there to shoot the 4 past the 5. So if he does that option, he does that, he's going to shoot the 3 as full as he can to the left side of this corner pocket and draw back. Yeah, he played it with cut and came across the table. That's a play I like, because that's just by nature the way you want to play the bar table. Play it a little more aggressively. You know, and don't try to get cute with tight position play. You want to play it with, you know, a little punch, a little firm, kill the cue ball, you know. Now again, he needs an angle here, kind of like before, because he doesn't want to be straight in on the 6. Well, yeah. See, because the 9 covers up the upper right pocket, so he can't just draw back and shoot the 7. So he's really going to have to put a stroke to this to get all the way back down beyond the 7 for shooting it in the right side or the lower right corner. Or he can cheat the pocket a little bit and go forward and spin between the 10 and the 8. And that's a tough angle too. Yeah, he's kind of on the 50-yard line. He would like a little angle either direction. So we may see him just put a stroke to this and come all the way back to where he is. If his cue ball were an inch closer to the rail, he could sort of cheat this 6 into the pocket a little bit and play the ball forward and come out between the 8 and the 10. That's what he had to do. And he's got the entire pocket here past the 8. Okay, now there's the key that unlocks this rack. And Skylar's going to tie it up. Actually, I think we have missed one here. They've got a different scoreline than we have. Well, folks, I'll get on that and find out. Cue ball floated a bit on him there. And once he's on the 2, this is another pretty good table here. Everything's pretty straightforward and routine. Once he's on the 2, that's the only real trick here. As long as he gets on the 2 with a decent angle. The 5's sticking his nose out there, making that a little difficult. Yeah, see, he's considering shooting the 2 from there. I never like to do that if I can avoid it, but you know, sometimes you just can't. He's a sharp shooter, though. I don't think it would be an issue for him. This is a bar table that's going to accept the ball well. I think, folks, we did figure out the score is 16-15. Shane Winters, so. Now, I play lefty, so I don't have a problem. I don't think, you know, taking ball in hand here and putting a stroke to this cue ball and drawing it back towards the left side of the 5 and just maybe nudging the 5, maybe missing it and getting, you know, a little closer to the 2. I like to get a little closer to my work there. Since he plays right-handed, he's going to involve the rail and spin, a little bottom right rail. Yeah. I guess, you know, this is pretty much a piece of cake. I guess in my head, I have a little fear here of just missing this ball. And I guess that's thinking about shooting it on the big table. This would be a little uncomfortable. possibility of getting on 3 and looking back and you hung the 2 up. You know, that's what's in my head a little bit. But I think he's just fine here. For a bar table, it's not going to be an issue. Or is it? Yeah, he may get a roll or not. We'll see. Yeah, you know what? It proved to be an issue there, folks. Right there is an example. It got away from him a bit. He's going to have to let this ball move. But imagine if he had a little better position on the 2 and could have gone back up instead of between the 7 and the 4. Go back up between the 7 and the 5 on the other side of the table. Then he wouldn't have involved the 3. He wouldn't have run into the 3. But you know, that's all because that 2-ball shot got a bit thin. Goes to show you, there's hope for us all. If even champion players, slip up and can make some mistakes. Now, he did get fortunate enough that he can still cut this ball in, at least. Okay, there's the domino effect. There's the domino effect, playing pool. You get a little out of line on one, then you got to let the cue ball go on another and run into traffic, and things get worse and worse, and then you don't get out. And you count that and chalk it up as a missed opportunity. And I know that Shane Winters is thinking, oh boy, I needed to get around the 10 to get back upstream. So if Skylar is able to turn this around and win this game, I mean, definitely put this one in the category of just a stolen game, that Shane was in complete control of, and it got away from him just a bit. Those are the opportunities that will determine a winner in this set. Little things like that happen. On the 4. What a good hit to get it between the 9 and the rail. A lot of guys will just kick blindly at the 4, just trying to make a hit and hope they get a roll. And then you have top players who kick to hit with the certain direction and a certain pinpoint on the ball and play to get a roll. They play to play that safety. And hitting them up may be just a bit of a roll, even if you hit it fairly accurately, but it takes a skill to get it on that pinpoint and give yourself a chance to get lucky. So nice shot there by Shane Winters. I'd like to see him kick 2 rails and thin the 4. Well, he got in behind it too far, and that leaves it vulnerable. Not terrible, all things considered. But had he kicked 2 rails and caught that ball thinly, the cue ball would come back down table. He had a shot to get safe. Maybe a little bigger chance than hitting it the other way. Okay, folks, see where he's pointing right now? That's where the cue ball's probably going to end up, because there's going to be a lot of angle on this 4 ball. And when he puts this 4 in, he's going to play the cue ball 3 rails around the table. Well, he's playing safe, maybe? Behind the 10? He must have enough angle. I think that was in his head. Bank the 4 back down table and slide up under the edge of the 10 and play safe. But he's going to go for this and end up where he's looking, over to the left, between the 7 maybe in the corner pocket somewhere, and just have a shot at the 5 and accept a tougher shot on the 5. Okay, there's the cue ball. Now he's just going to accept a little bit of a tougher shot on the 5. And I'll tell you, this isn't that bad on the bar table. It's actually pretty good. I mean, sure, it's a shot that's missable, but I think he's probably going to make this 8 out of 10. Now on a big table, that number's going to go down some. Now he's looking at shooting this ball on the side. He must have more of the pocket than I can tell. I'm curious, what do you guys think the odds are of shooting this in the corner on the bar table? Is that 9 out of 10? 8 out of 10? Or just shoot inside where it's pretty much 10 out of 10. This is where my comfort zone starts to bug me, and I get a little antsy with a shot like this. I'm worried about the 10 and the 8 up there and ending up behind them somehow with the cue ball. So what I'm wondering is, you're going to tuck this ball, it'd be a bottom left stroke, real slow on your power, just a lot of spin, and just try to hold it, not get behind the 8. I think he's done well. He's in space. Yeah, fine. Okay. That's the kind of shot that you sometimes are a little antsy on. You're thinking, please don't overhit this ball and end up behind the 8, and then you do it. He hit it with perfect speed. Just going to soft hit this, play around, okay. He had 3 options there. He could have tried to hold the ball, shoot the 8 up in the corner, play it with high left and go 3 rails, or he could hit it just about a center ball or half a tip below center and double the cushions, going straight across the rail to the other side beneath the 9 here, and then back over where the cue ball was for the 7. Had 3 options, but that option, if he had gotten straighter on the 8, doesn't afford him a lot of position on the 9. And if he had angle, he's going into the point of the side pocket. So I like what he did. I think that's a good play. And here's the thing about a bar table. He'll be able to watch his cue ball spin off the end rail. He can cheat the pocket and the angle a little bit. Yeah, he had plenty of angle to get movement away. So Shane Winters is going to go up 2 one more time. And there it is. Shane Winters is trying to take down the latest hot commodity in pool, Skylar Woodward. Skylar's been getting a lot of attention here lately. And I think Shane wants everybody to remember he's worthy of a lot of attention himself. He's done a lot of big things here the past couple of years. I'm excited about this event here this weekend. Smokin Aces here in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. It's pretty incredible. $2,000 entry fee tournament. 16 elite players, elite bar table players, including these 2 right here, going to be at it. Needs a ball or 2 on the break here in the shot, and he may be off to the races. Oh, and he's gotten a scratch now, just like Skylar Woodward did a little while ago. Okay, now this is a cakewalk out right here. Look how the 3 leads right back into the 4 with the right angle on the 5. You see that? Once he's on the 3, that puts him with the angle on the 4 to fall on the 5 easily. So this won't take long. This is the kind of out that you want on the bar table where you don't really have to work for it. You know, the balls are kind of laid up and they kind of tell you how to run them. You know, nice shot. He secures the angle there to play back for the 5. Got his choice of playing a couple of ways for the 5. He's going to shoot it in the upper right-hand corner just by killing the cue ball, tucking it over. And he'll probably bottom left this 2 rails out of the corner. Oh, here's center table. Or is he going to roll it? He's going to roll it. Either way works. You fooled me, Skylar. I thought those young guys liked to punch the ball in with bottom left the whole time there. Very often that's how the young guys will play it. Look how nice he's played this. He's kept the angle and the slight angle towards the long rail there to fall on the 80s. Didn't cross the line and go too far. You have to work the cue ball to get back. Okay, big angle here, so you'll see him cross the table and shoot the 9 and the, well, he decided to hold it. Okay, different styles. He doesn't mind a little longer shot. This is a bar table after all. He doesn't have any fear of that. Boy, I like it, folks. 17-16. Going to be a squeaker coming down the wire in the first set. And again, this match is the best 2 out of 3 races to 21. Well, I see over here off to the side we have Shane Van Boning sitting around watching this match. He's gotten some time in practicing for a good while. Right next to him is Justin Bergman. Johnny Archer, who I drove with from Atlanta, Georgia to this tournament. Johnny has decided to take off for the room to get some shut-eye for tomorrow. Rodney Morris was here. He's gone now. Boy, these young guys are always full of energy there. Go, go, go. You know, I hope these guys get enough sleep to play these long sets, you know, late into the night, tomorrow night probably. The cue ball's running on him again. You see that? I mean, he dodged a bullet there. He dodged, scratching all the way up table in the corner. Okay. I'm thinking that I kind of missed what happened. I had looked away. I think he fouled the cue ball on the break as it came back into his cue. And he was honest and acknowledged to Shane that that's what happened. I'm guessing that's what happened. I didn't see it. Maybe some of our internet chat guys can help us out there if that's what happened. Looked away for a moment, so I didn't get it. Unfortunate, too. I mean, Skyler would have had control of it, and instead it's going to be bad for him. Either way, either Shane's going to be off to the races, or Skyler's going to be buried to the back of the 9-ball here. You know, conventional wisdom says on the bar table, if you can get out, you want to get out. You know, you want to run these balls, because even if you play safe, you're still affording your opponent a chance to kick at this ball and hit it, and he may just get lucky right back on you and safe to you, or make something and then get out. And I read an article in the Snap magazine many years ago. The Snap magazine, and this was probably, I'm guessing, in the late 80s, early 90s. And it was talking about breaking kind of a cardinal rule in 9-ball or in pool, on the bar table, or on any table. If the out is there and you choose to play safe just because you can, instead of running the balls, it can come back to bite you, you know. And it was an example when someone was at the table and they played safe just because there was a good safety there. You know, instead of getting out, they could have gotten out. And what happened is the opponent kicked that ball in, or kicked and hit it and played them safe back. And anyway, they ended up losing the set because of it. So if he plays this ball, the issue is the 2-7. He's got an option at the combination or the carom on the 7, but I don't think he's going to get deep enough to play the billiard off of the 2 to the 7. It's looking like he thinks he can just play the 2 by the 7. If that's the case, I can't tell the exact position of the 7 ball if it just lies easy for a combination. You know, that may very well be the case. No, okay, the 2 passes easily. I can see it now. Yeah, I can tell by the way he played that. No, this is a bit surprising right here. He really let that one get away from him. It's amazing the little things like this that happen playing 9-ball. That ball got a little bit away from him, so now he's made the shot from the 4 to the 5 that much harder. If he's a foot closer or a foot shorter from where it got, he's got the 4 with plenty of angle to get on the 5 correctly. That's an example right there. Little mistakes like that. Little mistakes. I mean, once he got to those first couple of balls, you figured he was gone, right? I mean, I sure did. I didn't see the 9-ball getting in play. You know, I didn't expect him to really hit it quite that hard with such a strong stroke. And Skyler is grateful to have this after what he did on the break. Looking like he'll play the 6 on the side. no reason he doesn't want to shoot it down in the corners. He just doesn't want to play with that 7. And the angle is there naturally to do this, where he can easily fall on the 7. You don't want the 6 to go off the 7. You know, if you shoot it in the corner and then move the 7 up, make it tougher. So he's good here. He's got several options how to play this. This is simple no matter how you cut it. Well, you can tell by the look on his face he wasn't happy. He fell on the 50-yard line. If he goes 2 inches shorter than that, he's perfect. 2 inches farther than that, he's perfect. But no worries for somebody like Skylar with a shot like this. It's still pretty routine. The beauty of playing on the bar table with shots like that is you don't have to be as accurate with the ball because it's a bar table. It's probably going to slip in anyway, even if you are somewhat off with your shot, your precision. Young Skylar Woodward ties it up again. So we haven't seen a scoreline difference other than, more than 2 games. Nobody's been up more than 2 games. Four more games to decide a winner in this first set. Well, 4 more games to whoever gets to 21. Possibly as many as 7 more games. So I misspoke. Now, here's what I'm curious about with Skylar Woodward's break. He's been letting the cue ball float just a bit, I've noticed, where it's bouncing back a little bit instead of, hooking forward or parking. It's been floating all the way to the head rail, sometimes getting mixed up with the ball flying that direction and getting bumped in, or just pulling it straight into a pocket up table. Let's see if he gives the cue ball to hesitate just a bit. Bounce back and skip and stop. Okay, well, the cue ball started to hook a little bit and slow down, and it may have still floated to the head rail, but it got kissed to the head rail. Well, he doesn't have a full pocket, but I think the one can be made past the 2. He didn't decide. Decided not to go after that, and I like it because the pocket was half a pocket or less. That's a better play because you really risk, if you shot at that ball past the 2, you risk hitting the 2 or hanging the ball up and missing it entirely, and still had the cue ball to consider. That's the best play for sure because it was natural. So I haven't heard any considerations on what they may do if it goes down to the wire this set, double hill. All I've heard is that they're playing the best 2 out of 3 races to 21. Again, I've been driving across the country to get here. So I got here when the score was maybe tied around 8 or 9 or something in that range. I'm not sure if they have said anything about winning by 2 or if they're just going to let it go if it gets tight down the wire. We'll see. But again, they are playing the best 2 out of 3 sets, racing to 21. Still lots of pool to play. Okay, I like that play. It's good. It may not get better for him. We'll soon find out. But I think he didn't like his chances of hitting the 1. And even so, Skylar may have been out from there. So he decided to tie the 3 up instead. Now Skylar's going to see if he has an angle to play this cue ball around. If he falls on this 2 exactly, he'll have a nice angle. And players are good at this sort of thing. There's good players like this. It's not that difficult to proposition to play the cue ball and find the exact line that you're going to hit it with and play 3 rails and pick off the 10 or go in between the 10 and the 3. Or if he gets on the angle on the other side of the 4 ball, like where he was just looking, he may have the angle on. He's not playing for that though. Okay, yeah, he's playing for the angle into the rail. Okay, well this angle is pretty steep, so if he shoots at this, he'll just run his cue ball headlong into the 10. Okay, no, he's got a better shot. He's looking at either banking the 3 next, or banking it 3 rails and out and sticking the cue ball. I think that's what he has in mind if he can hold it there. Okay, now if he can see this 3 ball full, then he's absolutely going to bury Shane Winters here and bank that 3 ball around 3 rails. Nice play. Nice play. Well, this 3 ball is just funny enough that if he kicks 2 rails and hits the high side of the 3, then he's going to scratch off of it. Both other options of hitting the 3, whether hitting it full or hitting the short side of it over closest to the camera angle here, the cue ball would then carry him off into the 9, moving the 9. You know, Skylar's the favorite to end up with a shot here, unless his ball is hit hard and somehow the 4 or the 8 get involved in between the cue ball and the 3. If he comes 2 rails and hits it full, straight into it, then the 3 is going to bank and hit the 9 and move it, so he'll be able to see the 3. You know, almost the best he can hope for is that Skylar is doubled up on a shot, you know, towards the upper left-hand corner or something with no easy shot. Yeah, that's his only real play here, is 2 rails high out of the corner here, the way he's going. And he can't afford to hit the high side of it. There's a scratch. It's obvious to me that Shane kind of feels the spot here that there's not a good way at this. I think you'll see him hit it kind of hard to hope to get a roll out of it. That's exactly what he did, and it shortened up on him a lot. Not much to say here, folks. Let's just watch him run out. Nice shooting, Skylar. Boy, it was looking like he was going to be stuck 2 games in this set, and now he's taking a lead by 1. I'm going to say something here, folks, that I hope everyone takes the correct way, takes the right way, the way that I mean it. There's a progression as far as pool players when you consider the young guys. You know, these guys are so good at making shots, and you know, it almost doesn't really matter what they get. They're sort of reactive players right now at this point in their pool careers to a degree. And young Skylar, maybe, you know, I think Shane maybe a bit older. But you know, he's so strong that he can just get on the next ball regardless of the exact position that he gets. He doesn't have to necessarily play to a certain angle. And then you'll see this with Skylar, just as you see players like Archer and Shane Van Boning and the players like that. You know, these top guys that are technicians are always on the right side of every angle. They play to a specific spot. They always And watching a rack with those players is kind of like Tai Chi. It's like watching the old man on the beach doing Tai Chi. You know, everything sort of just flows. You know, they're always on the correct side of the angle. See the cue ball floating again? That's what I was talking about. It's getting away from him. He needs to raise the tip on that break maybe a millimeter, and I think the cue ball would hesitate and not hit all the way up the head rail. It stayed near where the 9 and the 2 are. But I think you guys probably know what I mean. Young guys tend to be reactive players. They just get on the next ball, you know. And yeah, they have some planning involved, and they're becoming great players in their own right. I mean, they're already great players, but I mean really next level, exceptional players. Okay, they're getting to there. They're still, you know, they still work on that, and all players do that. But you know, if you kind of feel what I'm saying here, you may understand. The elite of the elite, the top-notch guys, the Bustamanes or Efrons or Shane or, you know, players like that, they tend to play to a specific shot. And it's just like watching an artist paint a masterpiece, you know, watching them run out. And some of the younger guys, and they did it too, those guys I'm talking about, they were once the reactive players. They just sort of react to whatever they get, and then they just come with the shot when they need to. But as they get older and gain more experience, they start to play the angles a little better. Everything just sort of flows. They foresee problems better, and they work their way out of it. Help me out, internet chat. You guys understand what I'm talking about? As they become more experienced players and older players and have played more and more competition over the years, you know, it's just a progression. All the angles seem to just lead into the next ball, and there is no having to, you know, get on the wrong side of the ball and then really fire the cue ball to get down table and back, because they're always on the right side of the ball, you know, as they progress. And these guys do that for the most part now, but the little things we've seen cost these guys each a game or two. You know, those are the things that they will work out and be next. They're already monsters. They're going to be next level monsters. You know, they're very. Ooh, I thought he hit it a bit thick and missed it. In the very near future. And again, these guys get all the credit in the world because they're outstanding. I don't want to ever draw either one of them in a tournament. But they're going to get even tougher, I guess is my point. Well, the 8 doesn't pass the 10 easily, so he's got his options. He can shoot this 7 in the side of the corner, and I think we'll see him shoot it in the corner and draw his cue ball around the 8 and the 10 with the bottom left English, just a smooth stroke, and end up with the 8 straight in that left side pocket. Well, he's decided to go the other way. No worries unless he just misses everything like that. That's nice. You know, and he's at the table, so I trust his judgment there better than mine over here. If that's the play that seemed to flow the best, the most natural, then that's the best play. Man, this is great. Man, this is awesome. I mean, it tied at 18. Let's just play a race to 3 for the first set. Well, here's been the issue. These guys are both breaking the balls pretty well, pretty squarely, but the cue ball is bouncing back and floating all the way to the head rail on them, and often going straight into a pocket or getting a slight nudge and going into other pockets. So we'll see if I can, see what Shane Winters does here. If he tweaks that just a bit and has his cue ball bounce back and hesitate and then pause and sort of hook forward and stay somewhere near the center of the table. There's an art to, of course, hitting the balls squarely, and Shane Van Boning is a master at hitting them squarely. But there's also an art to, if you're on the vertical axis, how high or low you strike the cue ball, getting full force into the head ball, and not allowing the cue ball to float all the way to the head rail. Hit it just high enough, we'll see the cue ball is still getting all the way to head rail, and it has almost gotten ushered into the corner. Okay, it took 2 or 3 kisses right into that corner. Could have easily scratched, but didn't. That's just a minor, mistake. Well, it's not so minor when you scratch several times in a set. It can cost you a set. But it's just a minor thing that if you tweak it a hair, you're going to have your cue ball ending up more near the center of the table. It's going to bounce back in the direction that it did and then sort of hook forward a bit and not get tangled up with those balls in the corner like that so much. Well, if Skylar can shoot this ball without fouling it, I expect to see him bury the cue ball behind the 7. I guess that one's pretty obvious. I'm just wondering if that's his intention. Okay, it wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought he was just right up against it with a slight crack in there. He had a little more room than I thought. Well, he's gotten it deep enough in there that he doesn't allow the left rail. Well, maybe he does. Okay. Apparently there is a kick here. Okay. Well, okay, folks, he was able to get to that ball, so Skylar didn't really tuck him up in there as well as I thought he did from down on this end of the table. But I'm joined again by Mr. Ray Hansen. He's back with us after handling some business.
Hey, what's up, Scott?
Hey, man. Man, we got a squeaker.
Yeah, it's back in action. Race to 3 now.
That's what I was saying. I think they just decided to play a race to 3 for it all for the first set. Let's just practice the first 36 games, and then we'll play it out for real.
Yeah, or hill. Let's just do one game.
Yeah, it's probably what they have in mind.
And there's no back it and stack it here in this type of match.
I see we also have another champion in the building I didn't recognize for a moment over there. I saw him just now. Young Billy Thorpe is here.
Yeah, 17 years old. I really, I'm going to tell you what, he might be the strongest child player coming up through the ranks right now. I'm telling you, he is solid. That kid plays really good all games too.
Sure does.
I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing some of him here in the Fight Night series for sure, and also in the tournaments.
I think what we're going to see, Ray, when it comes down to the wire with these guys, it's one issue is, okay, well, we almost saw an issue right there if he had gotten stuck up against that. But playing good, tight patterns and staying in line, which is pretty obvious, but the break is going to be a big factor. And I don't mean, who hits them the hardest or who's making the most balls. Not scratching, simply not scratching in the upper left-hand or the upper table corners, because that's happened a good bit to these guys. The cue ball's getting away from both of them just a bit. And I think if one of them figures that out a bit, it's going to change. Okay. See what I'm talking about, guys, here? This is the reactive. No, I think he can hold this ball well enough to hold for the 5. But this is the reactive part of pool I was talking about. He's on the 50-yard line. He could shoot this 4 to either corner down here and still, hold for the 5. Or shoots it to the lower right corner, he puts a bottom right stroke to the cue ball and drags it straight across the table for the 5. And if he shoots it to the lower left corner, he can tuck this ball with enough really low left, a lot of side spin, and just sort of hit it with the right speed and hold for a shot at the 5. But, you know, as these guys get even better, they're going to play a better angle on it and not have to force it. You see how that didn't allow him to get on the 5 easily? But now go back in time a bit. Imagine if he had just played the previous shot before that one to get on the 4 a little better and gave himself a little straighter angle, maybe 2 more inches of straighter shot and not quite such a steep angle. Then he's on the 5 better, and this out is easy. Then he didn't have to play safe there, okay? Now look at this. He has a very good shot of kicking this 5 in drill first, okay? And if he plays this 5 in drill first and just doesn't get hooked, he's going to go into the 10 afterwards. But if he makes this 5, he has a great likelihood here, okay, to get the 6-7 carom, or even the combination if he gets down far enough. But I think he's going to hit the 10. But if he falls in that gap between the 8 and the 9, he's got the 6-7 billiard, and he can get out. But again, look at it. If Skylar had played a little better angle on that ball before the 5, then he's out, you know. And this is, again, it's just a missed opportunity. Just by playing that fast and loose style, maybe just getting on the next ball and not getting exact on the next ball. It's good to be able to, you know, correct and get back in line when you have to, but there's a lot for just playing the ball correctly in the first place, you know. And that's something that Skylar is going to continue to improve at. That's where he's going to be deadly once he does that. And it's kind of like Shane Van Boning has done, you know. And players like that, you know, top note. Well, there aren't many players like Shane, but, you know, imagine when Skylar is half a ball better. Okay, there's the play on the 5, and look at this, between the 8 and the 9. Okay, the 10 may have messed things up, or it may be dead. I think it may be absolutely perfect. It may just go right off the 7 or go cleanly. But what a big game coming down the stretch when it's a race to 3 all of a sudden. You know, and Skylar will look back to this and say, okay, you know, had I just played a little better position on the 4, I don't have to, you know, have such a tough shot on the 5 and I'm out. Ray, it's so easy to just demand perfection from over here, isn't it?
Oh,
you know?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, when knowing if I'm up there, I'm out of line, you know, several times that rack, you know. But
Right.
it's
Well-
easy to say, oh, if all you have to do is this. But it's
Yeah.
not that simple at all. But
Well,
again, that's what we'll see in tighten
That's
up.
not really what you're doing, though.
No.
I mean, you're really just, you know, going over possibilities, options. And
Yeah, that's right. But I was trying to make a point before you step back into the booth that as great as these guys are, they're just going to get better. They're just going to start, you know, that's an out there that Skylar's not going to slip up on in a year. You know what I mean? And he could play that same out right now probably several times in a row and get out again and again and again. But it burns you every once in a while. Let's watch this cue ball, see if it gets to the head rail or if it's in. Okay, well, it definitely didn't get to the head rail. It got kicked the other way. Oh, you kidding me?
in the drink, brutal. We'll get that scoreboard updated. Is
Yes, 1918 Skylar.
no winners?
Did I get it back? Pardon me, winners. I was looking at Skylar when I said that. Yes, Shane's up. But, you know, now that's so unfortunate because he corrected it, but he overcorrected the other way. Maybe he got his cue ball hooking forward a little bit, and then it got kissed in. So he's right there at it. But unfortunately, man, it just got kissed in the other direction. The pool is so rough. The pool is just so unfair sometimes. So again, he's the big favorite here to get out and tie this at 19.
All right. Hit one extra button. Change the score to 21 by accident. Sorry. Hope we didn't jinx anybody there doing that.
Oh, he's perfect. Here, the only issue is, I mean, he'll use the transition from the 8 to the 9. Just that big angle under the 10 towards the chalk there with the cue ball. 2 rails high out of the corner and all the way back down across to the 3rd rail for the 9. This right here, folks, is one of the most common shots in pool. Ooh, rolled it somewhat. That's fine. You can just roll this in with a high ball, or you can put a little spin and go forward to the 2nd rail before the side. Just a matter of personal preference, and he just rolled it. 19-19. That's what they're doing, right? They're going to race to 2 for it. Again, the whole set, not more than a 2-game gap either direction.
Yeah, that's brutal. And now it's a race to 2. But, you know, you got to like Skyler from here. Breaking. He's breaking.
Sure.
Winner breaks. He could just run out the last 2.
Yeah.
Go on to the next set.
Yes, it happens, and it's a sick feeling. If you're Shane, especially, knowing that, you know, and that were to happen, look back at it like, man, I had him 19-18, and I didn't shoot again. I broke, didn't make anything, and didn't shoot again. I had the same thing happen recently. You know, the one tournament I did play in the past couple of years, played Stevie Moore, and I'm on the hill, broke and didn't make anything, and he ran the last 3. Baby double hill.
That's brutal. That's brutal. I was playing a match one time at the Fast Eddie's Tour. My opponent got on the hill 8-5. I came back and tied it up 8-8. There was alternating breaks, so it's his break now.
Oh, wow.
He breaks and makes the 9.
Oh, wow.
That's brutal. Ever since then, I've been saying it's a brutal game ever since.
Yeah. Okay, let's watch this cue ball and see if he lets it float to the head rail. If he can keep it out of trouble up there. Okay, well, he got it directly into the side rail. He's made a ball.
Yeah, caught the 9.
But that didn't allow him to put full power into the head ball. You know, he didn't put a lot of force into those balls because you saw the cue ball hook hit him off center. Well, at least he didn't scratch, you know. I mean, at least, you know, he's not straight in on the one with a shot to run out, but he can play an intelligent shot here with an intelligent push out and try to win in that regard. You don't always win playing 9-ball just by running the balls. Sometimes you have to outmaneuver your opponent in these situations with pushes, with kicks, kick safeties. And I bet you that each one of these 2 players could write down on a piece of paper 5 mistakes that they've made this set and how that would have been the difference. Had only I not gone over here or gone to this or, you know, gotten this bad angle, had only I, you know, controlled the cue ball a little better and not scratched those 2 times in a row. This is a tricky situation, though. There's not a great push here where the ball can't just be pocketed in position, you know? Okay, so the 6 ball is absolutely blocking the 1. Not much to think about there. Shane says go back at it. Now, there is a good likelihood of kicking like that. See how he's aiming right now? Freeze frame. Okay.
Well, and you know what the kick shot is. That's the first cousin to bank shot.
Hey, good job, Ray. And the 1 will play the side rail and come down here under the 3, 5, and 8. And the cue ball can slide back over, keeping the 6 maybe in play. Unless he just didn't hit it. He just didn't hit it. Oh, it was directed that way. The cue ball could have gone another few inches behind the 6.
Sure,
to the left of where it is now. And then the 1 could have gotten down under the 8. That's the play, the way he hit it. He just hit it half speed.
Had all kinds of opportunity.
Yeah. Well, Shane's got his choice here of a couple of plays here. I expect to see him just force this ball straight to the side rail and come over and split the 10 and the 3. Right past center table for the 2. Now the issue is, does the 3 pass the 5 in the lower right-hand corner pocket? If it doesn't, you'll see him get center table for the 2. Like, well, see where he's looking? Okay, he's considering just drawing it back and taking a longer shot. He'll then be able to play the 2, cross the spot in the rack area for the 3 in the side. The other option would be to just go into the 3 and the 5. But I don't think that would be the best play. You want to play more control. He's under hit this, I think. It's very close. Well, it appears that he can make it. I think he was trying to be so careful not to drop back and be behind the 6 that he almost didn't pull it enough, and he was almost behind the 3.
That was a lot of almosts there, Scott.
Here the goal is to keep an angle, an up-table angle on the 3. If he gets too much angle, straight in wouldn't be bad. Okay, he can still roll forward through the 3 here and get position on the 4 in the top right-hand corner pocket. Okay. Right to where he just pointed by the side pocket. But imagine if he had kept, say the cue ball were just 3 or 4 inches closer to this bottom rail here. Always got the angle then to play a 3 in the side and stun to the right high above the 6 for the 4 back in the same side pocket. So it would have been a careful way to play it with a big area to get in. Imagine his cue ball now is, say, another inch or 2 to the right, or up table from where it is now, and then when he plays a 3, he runs into the 5. So that's the little tiny window we're talking about playing the cue ball perfect, and eventually they'll start getting even better at playing to the right side of the angles again and again.
You know, I was talking with Rodney Morris just a few moments ago over on the other side of the room there, and he was talking about, you know, how the pro events should really all use the magic ball rack, and then and require require a hard break.
Yeah.
Because you know, then that makes it, you know, more even. You know, it's a shootout game.
Well, did he also say it should be 10 ball?
Yes, it should. Okay. 10 ball, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm with him on that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the, I don't know, I mean the 9 ball quarter speed break, making the wing ball in the corner or the one inside a lot, you know, one or the other. I think it's important. You should have to smash them a little bit, but I could be wrong. It's happened before. Okay, I think the play here, I'm looking down the pipe at the 6 ball shot. He's not straight in the corner. He's got a slight angle to the side rail. If he tops his cue ball down there to where he's standing, he'll have, yeah, see where he's going to point right now? That's going to be perfect. Cut the 7 in, play the rail, and come just the far side from us of the 10 and into the middle of the lower right side rail. That's the best play. I like that he's taking his time to get on the hill first and breaking. But look at this, he's even considering from the other side. That would mean a lot more movement on the cue ball that's really not necessary. But I think he just, yeah, that's fine, that's where he needs to be. Now he needs to come back past the 10 on the far side of the 10. Not on our side, on this side of the 10. But on the upper table side of the 10 would be the best play. So here he just spins forward 2 rails on this, and he's going to get to the hill first. He hit it a bit delicately. I don't expect this to be any issue. But again, I mean, it's out of line just a bit. It's missable. He didn't miss it, but those become missable. Now imagine how much nastier that shot is on the big table, where if you touch the point, it's going to rattle and hang. But nonetheless, good job, Shane Winters. He made it happen.
Yes, he did. Definitely made that happen.
So what happens here, Ray? Does he just make it on the break and get it over with and start number 2?
Or is it a puzzle rack?
Yeah, one of those nasty ones, a lot of safety play, a lot of really difficult
4
to
or
get out of.
5 kick safeties. And
It seems like sometimes, you know, when you get to the hill and you are shooting at the table, that rack is always the toughest rack you've had the whole set. You know, you've got to thread the needle from 18 feet away and go through this gap and not get hooked behind this ball.
Right. Well, let's see what happens this time.
Yeah, he made a little correction before, but instead of letting the cue ball get to the head rail and float down there and get ushered into one of those corners, he had it bouncing and hooking forward maybe a bit, but he got kicked into this bottom right-hand corner pocket, which was unfortunate. Okay, look at the cue ball now. Okay, now he's got it figured out. If he ends up with, look at this, it's going to be tough. Yeah, it's a puzzle rack, Ray. You called it. It's not going to be easy.
He did squat Whitey, though.
He sure did.
He got it right down in the center of the table there, and 2-ball got up behind the 8 for the beginning of the puzzle rack.
Look at this. I mean, what a break, too. He got all of the balls past the side pockets, except for the 10. That
adds to the suspense of this type of a rack, because every time you hit this 2-ball, you worry that everything's wide open. You could sell out here pretty easily.
Well, something to talk about here is, a lot of people wonder about breaking off the side rail in 10-ball. And, it's more of a 9-ball break, really, and that's true. It really is. The side rail break is a 9-ball break. It's to make the corner ball on that same side of the table. In the corner, the down table on that same side as the cue ball. And sometimes the one also goes in the side, So that's typically what it's used for. And I think, he's doing it in 10-ball. I don't like it so much in 10-ball. I like the way, Shane Van Boning, where he breaks from about where maybe the 7-ball is now, or just an inch to the left of that, or players like that. They tend to break from around there. And in 10-ball, the second ball behind the one has a chance to go inside a lot. But I don't think there's a lot of advantage for the rail break in 10-ball, and maybe that's something he may change down the road. But I bet if you asked him, he would probably tell you he does it just because he's comfortable with hitting the balls firm from there, and he's done it so long for 9-ball. Maybe that's how he hones in on the 1-ball. That may just be something that he just likes because of the control and the hand placement. He's just familiar with that break.
Right.
But in my opinion, I think in 10-ball he needs to break out in the open where he can get his hand planted on the table. It tends to sacrifice just a bit of power, just a bit, If you can get out in the middle and break them from out there in 10-ball, you can really smash them and hit them harder, and really aim at that pinpoint on the 1-ball to hit them flush.
I'm curious what he's going to come up with here. He appears to be looking for a push out here somewhere. Definitely doesn't want to go swinging at this 2 with everything wide open.
Yeah, I think Skyler's going to take this no matter what. Just because he wants to be the one in control at the table to make something happen and make, Shane have to come out of it.
Well, he is jacked up here over the 5. He may be able to cue up just to the left of his left of the 5-ball, possibly. But this is a tough spot here. And the 8-ball is restricting. It's not as simple
as I thought. I think he may use the 3 for the cue ball. Let's see if he gets the cue ball behind the 3.
Well, the 8 could leave the. He
Well, he didn't spin. It didn't take. Yeah, he threw his hands up.
He's okay though.
He doubled them up. He did 2 things. You played the 2 to the bottom rail safe, and you also tried to get the cue ball behind the 3, which he attempted to do. He just said that walking by.
Right.
But he just, the ball didn't quite spin back there enough. He caught it thin, and it hooked on him a little bit and didn't get behind the 3. It's just kind of a 2-way thing. You play cue ball safe behind the 3 as well as get the object ball to this bottom rail. And it's you double up your safety chances, where if this one doesn't work out, well, you still have that one as a savior.
Now, what's Shane going to do here?
Well,
now he's got the 10-ball. Sometimes you could spin the 2 over to the side rail and use a 6-ball as a blocker to come around 2 rails.
So that 10's in the way a little bit of that shot, I think. Well, the issue is that the 2's proximity to the bottom rail, so it's almost frozen. So if he hits it anywhere near full, there's a double kiss there. So, see the 8-9, 7-8-9? No, he may be playing the cue ball up there, behind that area, but there are windows, there are gaps to be had in that. Well, okay, the 8-ball is going to help him out just enough. Okay. That just as easily could have left him between the 8 and the 9, straight in on the 2. The 8 stuck his nose out there just enough to make it where Skylar can't pocket the 2. I'm not sure if he can hit the 2 or not straight directly. To hit the edge of it. Well, what a pressure spot that he's in here. I mean, as I think about this, I'm thinking to myself, you know, down a game and faced with this shot likely means the whole set. This very shot from this point means the whole set. He massaged it, almost made it. You know what? He's going to do all right with this. That's not bad, all things considered. So I'm wondering if Shane's going to use this 10 ball as a safety. Bank the 2 between the 8 and the 9 up towards the head rail. And drag the cue ball maybe to the side rail and then under the 10. Oh, he hit the 10, but he may have gotten behind it enough. Okay, he did. All right. Now here, Skylar, there's not a lot of kick with control here. I think he's just going to blast this. He's going to kick side rail at this and just try to drill it. Okay. I would not be surprised to see him hit this hard, really hard. He's looking at that head rail. I don't think he's going to involve that head rail. I think he's going to kick one rail directly at the 2. All he has to do is make sure he just misses a 9 and just drill the 2. He's got a shot for some good things to happen. Can he? I don't know that he can do that. Yeah. I don't know that he can get by the edge of the 10 one rail to the head rail. He's got to kick to the side rail, I think. I mean, that's the play right there. And he's having to shoot off the end rail, so he's a little bit elevated with the butt of the cue. So if he hits it too hard, it's going to skip on him, jump a bit. But I think we'll see him kick one rail at this ball and hit it as firm as he can. And hope to get a good roll. Like that. What's going to happen? The 4? Look at the 2. Look at the 2. Okay, you see? He didn't get the best reward out of it, but hey, I'd be grateful to have it. You got to be grateful to have this. You know, a chance when you were in dire straits right there. Well, he kind of threw his hand up, smirked at that, like he's not happy to have that, but you should be grateful right there. It took a lot of skill to even, you know, you say, yo, well, he got lucky. Yes, he did, but he put himself in a position to be lucky. And look at the huge turnaround. I mean, this could mean the entire set the other direction by what he's done here for himself. Again, a lot of times with these kicks on bar tables, you see the guys kick and hit them hard. And sometimes they try to kick with control. He kicked it absolutely straight in the side and got hooked. That is rough, rough, rough. And you can tell by his look he is not pleased with that. And I don't blame him. You know. well, he needs to bring it all together here. It's so important that he finds the break here. And he doesn't want to hit him so carefully that he doesn't make anything. You have to, you know, threaten the balls just enough to make something. Put a little pop into him, a little force. But then again, he doesn't want the cue ball to get away from him and run straight towards the head rail. Here we go. Okay, he got better on the cue ball there. It did get to the side rail, but that's fine because it hooked forward. Bounced back beyond the side pockets, got over towards the side rail. It had just enough above center to make it hook forward and not continue to slide on up the table towards the corner. So, good break. He kind of figured it out. Now, this isn't simple. This set could easily be decided. If he goes for the 7 and makes it, he could win. But does the 1 tie up with the 6? If he does that, it shoots a 1-7 combo. Or he could go for this and miss it and easily lose. And then Shane Winters is a recipient of a good roll. So this could go either direction. Man, I mean, this is a tough play. I'm wondering if he'll even play the cue ball off of the 1. He has two shots here. He could play the combination as well as drag the cue ball towards that chalk on the upper left-hand rail and then into the rail. He's not doing either one. He's looking to play the 1 off the 6. Okay, no, he's just playing the safety. Well, that's a good solid play. Good solid play. He had a couple aggressive plays that he could have gone after there involving the 3 in that corner and also the 1-7, maybe a two-way shot. But I like what he's done. It's a good solid play. Boy, how would you like to be faced with this double hill? I mean, I guess it does beat the alternative. Skylar at the table running out. I guess Shane has to be grateful to have this opportunity. I don't blame him for taking a minute here. He has to consider all things when kicking at this ball. How hard he's hitting it. It's going to make it tighten up or lengthen based on the speed. Is he putting any English on it? And cloth conditions. Is the cloth still so new that it's going to slide a little longer than he thinks? He has to adjust for that. Oh, wow. Unfortunate there. Well, you know, that was a very real possibility if he hits that side of the 1. So I guess that's not so unfortunate if you consider that he's the one that played it that way, but you know, I know his intentions there were to hit that ball a little fuller, but what can you do? Well, what a set this one has been. Is there, you know, okay, look, he's wrong angled himself slightly into the 9. Okay, so now he's having to consider what to do with the 9 ball here. You know, if he plays the 4 and goes into the 9, or is he going to dodge it entirely? And then he also has to consider 5 to the 6. It's one of those things. Well, he's done just fine there. Good shot. It's not so bad that he off-angled himself into the 9 because of where the 5 was, and the position wasn't difficult. So that's the key shot right there. As long as this slows down, are we going to have more drama? No, it doesn't look like it. I think he can spin this cue ball out a couple rails if he has to kill the cue ball. Thin cut, but I think he'll be fine. Just a little twirl here. Okay. Well, it's looking like it's going to go double hill and Skylar Woodward winning this set. Man, this has been some fireworks here. I hope it happens again next set. Maybe Shane winning that one. If Skylar continues and gets out here.
Right there above my thumb. R-E-N-D. Okay, it's small tap, small. R-E-N-D. And then 63704.
Well, there it is. Set number one. Skylar Woodward takes it down, 21-20. And their agreement is they're playing tonight. Best 2 out of 3 races to 21. Man, what a set. Nobody ever led by more than 2 games that set. And Skylar ended up winning. So we're going to find out if these guys are going to take themselves a little break here or if they're jumping right back into it. So
this race to 2 close ship.
okay, what a set. What a set. Well, we'll let them figure out if they're going to take a break for a second, and or if they're right back in. It looks like Shane's up to rack the ball, so I think we're getting right back at it. I don't think there's going to be any timeout here. Well, I'm interested, internet chat. What's going to happen this set? It was going to stretch out a bit this set. I mean, it would be hard to duplicate a set like that, and nobody lead by more than 2. Okay, folks, here we are. We're in Poplar Bluff, Missouri at Smokin Aces. This is set number 2 of a challenge match between Skylar Woodward and Shane Winters. Skylar Woodward just took down the first set, 21 games to 20. They are racing to 21, playing the best 2 out of 3 sets.
What a match! What a match!
I know,
man.
Ray. That is amazing. What we just were, privy to an outstanding set. I mean, it came down to the wire. Nobody ever led more than 2 games, and now we are starting fresh again for our second race to 21 of the night. They will finish this series tonight. What they're going to do again is play the best 2 out of 3 races to 21 for the prize. So Skylar Woodward won the first double hill, and here we are, number 2, first game. I'm joined in the booth by Mr. Ray Hansen.
Hey, what's up, Scott?
Man, it's exciting. I had a long drive coming halfway across the country to see this, and I'm here now, and got here a little late, but I saw 2/3 of the very first set, and it was an exciting set. Came down to the wire. I want to see another one just like it, but this time I want Shane Winters to win double hill, and then we go to a third set. Wouldn't that be something, double hill, a third set?
Right. And talk about Murphy's Law. I mean, we get down to where it's like almost hill. Shane might be out. We don't know what's going to happen, and the internet locks up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was brutal. But we got it back on, and we caught.
That's what was going on over there?
Yeah, we caught the end of the rack, the end of the match there.
I saw you pecking away feverishly on the keyboard. I didn't know what was happening.
It's like it's Murphy's Law. It's Murphy's Law.
It's crazy how that works out. It's a shame, but well. It's a nice play. If it doesn't fall right in the window, that's unfortunate. He was using the 6 and the 8 as a blocker, as blockers, trying to get down here safe. But if you look at where he put the 1, he still is safe as far as protecting against Skylar just shooting this ball in, but not safe against moves because Skylar can put him back in a spot here. We'll see what he comes up with. Kind of thought that was the play. If he hits the 6, it could be trouble unless the 8 ball. He's done all right there.
Yeah.
The 1 ball was vulnerable. It was out in the open.
It looked like he was going towards that 4 ball, or trying to get towards the 4 ball, you know, get underneath the 9, 6,
Yeah.
8, all of that. You know?
Yeah, that's for sure what he was trying to do.
Just nicked that 6 ball. Wow, brutal. Well, tell you what, I hope Shane keeps his composure here. You can easily feel like the whole world's against you.
Yes, you nailed it,
just
right?
lost the set, you know, by a hair, and now it starts off with things going bad, you know, in the next set. And, you know, especially if Sky can capitalize right here and put, you know, 2, 3, 4 racks together real quick, that would really kind of drive a nail, you know, in the coffin.
Oh, yeah, it's demoralizing, and that's an important point you mentioned there, Ray. Very valid point. Shane Winters did kind of roll his eyes and walk off out of the arena in frustration to take a break for just a second.
Yeah, he probably walked outside to holler.
Holla. Yeah, it is a frustrating feeling for sure. Well, this 6 ball doesn't pass the 9, so I think we'll see him try to work this cue ball down. It's not, you don't see these guys play combinations like that 6-9 often when they can play position. So much easier to shoot the ball directly into a pocket and just work the cue ball than to try to hit a pinpoint combination and then control the cue ball and the head object ball. Yeah, Sky's looking confident and off to the races now. And it's so big to get that first set out of the way and come out with a W. Well, just like that, Skylar Woodward going to take the first game of the second set. Up 1-0 and breaking. See that Shane Winters is just coming back, and Sky was just running out while he was gone.
1-0.
And Shane is coming back to the arena. I see him kind of shaking his head a bit. But
yeah, it's frustrating. You gotta shake it off.
Yeah, and I think he will. I think he's like so many of the young guys are. I know I was like that, Ray. I'm probably still like that, you know. And I'm not so upset at the breaks I got, or I mean, as far as rolls or anything, but I'm more angry at myself for the missed opportunities if it's me, you know. And he may be recounting those in his head. And I'll tell you the way that I used to be. If I don't vent and act a little frustrated, then I won't get it out and it'll kind of be bottled up. And that's kind of how I used to get over it when I was younger. I kind of changed over the years. But it's, you know, when you're full of testosterone and you're a powerful player and a straight shooter, you know, you hold yourself to a high standard, I guess.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, pretty much all these guys do. Really hard on themselves.
Yeah. People used to pat me on the back, oh, shake it off, shake it off. Well, it's not that easy. You know, I can't just shake it off. I have to think about it for a while to vent and get it out. You know, I have to, you know, almost obsess about it just for a bit.
Right.
And then I will
Exactly.
shake it off. But if I don't vent, it will bother me more. You know.
Well, there was some talk here. That match took, how long did that match take? Look, it's 11:24. We just started the second set. So, I mean, that's, is that a 4-hour match?
Think so.
Well, and they did say they are finishing it tonight.
Yeah.
So we might, I might need to go take a nap, and we might have to do shifts here, Scott.
Yeah.
Because, you know, us old guys can't grind it out like these young guys anymore.
I think this set is not going to take as long, but I think that there's also, it's not going to come down to the wire. I mean, how could it? I mean, the odds against it going double hill, I mean.
Could.
I've noticed a couple of things that could prove interesting in the end. It could prove to be a difference. They both have adjusted their breaks a bit. I see that Shane Winters is hitting them just as hard as he was before, but he's not allowing his cue ball to float straight up towards the upper corner pocket, so the head rail. Okay. And what's happened as far as Guy's break, he appears to be breaking them and getting the cue ball to jump over to the side rail, so he's not getting as much power into the break. Okay. As far as really smashing the balls, he's playing that cue ball over to the side rail. He's pushed out to a jump here, and this is interesting because
What do you like doing in this situation? Do you like to take a jump?
Yes, I'm taking this because I can bank it to the lower right-hand corner pocket and play my cue ball safe behind the 9, 6, and the 8. If I miss the shot, I'm probably safe. And I'm not going crazy to make the bank either, okay, because that could let your cue ball scratch in the upper left-hand corner. I'm going to bank it more back towards the 3.
So it sounds like your main
chalk.
focus here is cue ball
It
control.
is. I'm hitting it just left of dead square. That just makes sure that my cue ball ends up behind the 6 and the 9. Like, oh, he hit it too square. It had a little draw on it, and it caught the 9.
Oh, look at
but
this.
You know what?
Little love bump off that 3 ball.
Yeah. I don't know if he can see enough of this to play it. Doesn't appear so.
Well, I think he can certainly hit it and maybe come down 2 rails out of the corner.
For sure. He's got a very good safety play if he can fan the 1. He can get back behind that. Well, I don't know if he can fan it or not. Yeah, because he appears to be lining up to kick at this. Yeah, so apparently it's not there. Well, that's the way he played it, but he just don't think he got there. He played to hit that side of it and just go behind the 6 and the 9. He might have hit it a little harder than he meant to. But again, this is no tap-in. The shot can
bite you.
He can do a little wobble. Not for Shane. Spears it straight in, just lags it in. He's good. The goal with this shot will be to fall on the line back on the 3. Kind of like the line he's on now, but a little closer. Yeah, that way, okay, it's looking pretty good. That way he can just slide over to get kind of straight in on the 4, and then the 5 plays in the upper corner. Yeah, watch him just punch over for the... Well, he wants to stay kind of straight. Yeah, he got a big angle there. You know, I'm wondering why he would have played that much angle on this ball, considering if he's straight, he can kind of just hold for the 5 in the upper corner next. Now he's got to let the cue ball move a little bit. He could have played that previous shot and stayed straighter. So we may see him hold this with a low right, very soft, or we may see him go ahead and pop it and go across the table twice. I don't believe what I just saw. Don't believe that. I really don't believe what I just saw. You know, now let's think back to that. If he had gotten, when he shot the what was it, the 3 or whatever ball before that, if he had just stayed straight on the 4, he didn't have to involve going across the table. You know, the 5 played easily in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah.
That got away.
I got to tell you, you know, I mean, back when I first started playing pool, you know, there wasn't anything like this. You know, no streaming available. You know, if we wanted to watch a tournament or a match, you know, we had to go to the tournament. And even then, most of the time, you know, a road dog or whoever we're with, you know, didn't want to stick around to watch the semifinals and the finals, you know, all the way to the end. So you oftentimes miss the final match or two unless you were in it. And it's really cool, you know, to have the live streaming available. And we've got a lot of viewers that may be watching for the first time tonight. And one of those viewers is a viewer by the name of Mac McQuillan. And Mac, if you're listening, welcome to the show. Hope you're enjoying it. And we're gonna keep going here. We're gonna be up for a while here. We're probably this could go 3 sets.
Well, I'd like Mac to stay the night here or hang out with us. Keep us up and keep us awake.
All right, 2-0, Sky Woodward moving forward.
Oh, and he's got a pep in his step now. I see him, you know, quickly racking these balls. He's kind of moving at a different pace now. You know, there's something, too, when you win a set like that and you know you're ahead in a set and they've got a long way just to even level the playing field, you know. There's something to that. Now, see if Sky is doing the same thing. If he's popping this one ball and his cue ball's jumping straight to the left rail here. Let's see. He appeared to have taken some power off of it earlier just in favor of some control. See, he got into that side rail. But look at this. I mean, he's made 2 balls even though he didn't hit them incredibly hard. lucky for him, the cue ball got a kiss to park it over there, sort of.
Now the big question here is, does the 4 ball go in the side or the top right or left corner?
Well, it goes in the upper left corner, and I think what we'll see him do here, if the angle is available, is play this ball with a high right cue ball and come around the 10 and the 7, if that's available. Now, if it plays in the side, you're right, Ray. What he needs to do is lag the 3 in slowly and just play the shot on the 4 next.
Now let's say that it's actually hooked by the 5. Maybe the 5 that has the edge of it where he's not comfortable with that corner, and maybe it doesn't go on the side either. He could do a same thing, stop shot on the 3, and then park the cue ball right on top of the 5.
Yes, well, he's not straight in on the 3, so he can't stop it. It's going to roll a bit.
Yeah, a stop shot.
Stun.
Do a stop shot.
Stun to the right of it.
That's right. Do a stop shot, and it will float out a little bit right where he needs it to be, really.
Now, what I'm curious about here is the 4-5 dead. He's looking at it like, but he may do this. We may see him play this 3 and then kick at the 4-5. But the 4, even if it's partially hooked in the upper left-hand corner, I wouldn't have gone down with that one right there. I would not have tried any safety there, because the 4 will go in the upper left-hand corner pocket, okay? Even if it's partially hooked by the 5, you play position on it, and there's a way of forcing the 4 through the 5 a bit, and it will straighten up, not get into the side rail. It will go. This 4 ball goes easy, Ray. I mean, I'm not going to say it too loud because he's not far from us. But the 4 ball goes in that upper left-hand corner pocket. Now, on the big table, I don't know that I would try it because it could touch the point and hang. But on this bar table,
might go.
That's a hanger.
Yeah.
Now, the trick is, I say it's a hanger. Shane is forced with a difficult shot here to get back on the side of the 4 to play it that way. Okay, it's tough, especially if he's jacked up. Well, here's where if it is hooked by the 5 partially, then it's a problem. But if he had gotten out in the open, say another 6-8 inches there, that 4 goes easily. There's a way to play it off the 5. Is he just going to play safe here? It's a good play. As long as it doesn't go.
Wow.
Or leave Sky straight in.
He came all the way back around for a shot for Skyler.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Shane that he was faced with such a tough shot on the ball before the 4, because if he had a routine shot to get back on the side of the 4-5, he could have played the 4,
Now,
he just didn't have a good play to get back.
This is this point right here, and I know we've already mentioned it, but I'll say it again, because it's important. This is where the mental game really comes into play here. I mean, when you're Shane, you've got to shake this off. You've got to remember what it was like when you were the one that was rolling, and get back rolling again.
And you know what? This will be the first time, if Sky makes this 10, this will be the first time there's been a 3-game lead.
All day.
All day, and it's 3-0 right out of the gate.
How about that? And what did we say at the beginning? Right when things started going bad for Shane right away, he shook his head a little bit, and then I said if Skyler needs to if he puts together 3-4 racks right here, that could really be the nail in the coffin here. I can get the momentum going. He's got the momentum going right now. That's kind of what he did with that Jesse Bowman match too, when he played Jesse Bowman up there, and he went hill the first day, on a race to 50.
Yeah.
and then the second day, he wins by 18.
Now Sky's breaking from the side rail. Let's see if his cue ball jumps into that left side rail down here. I think he's been doing that to control it and not scratch. See, he's going toward the side rail, but he's not getting enough hit into the break to really.
Yep, and nothing down.
I don't know if, if they were playing a race to 100, I don't know that he could last with that break right there. I think, the one he needs to find is more like the one that Shane has been doing, where he hits them still hard, but it bounces back and sort of hooks forward or stops instead of getting all the way to the head rail. Because over the course of time, I don't know that break right there, the 2/3 speed break, is going to last and be able to consistently make balls and help him win.
I don't know if you saw it was floating around, I think it might have been on Facebook for a little while, a video of Shane's 10-ball break. And when he comes down on the ball with his cue is completely flat when he hits the cue ball. He's not coming into it. He's not swooping into it. His arm comes down and then goes forward right flat.
You were talking Shane Winters?
Shane Van Bomen. I'm sorry. Yeah, Shane Van Bonen. I'm sorry.
Yes, yes. Yeah, Shane's the master. Shane Van Bonen is the master at breaking 10-ball. I mean, he really is.
But it was really interesting, how he flattened his cue out on that, And I mean, I've tried it, and I just miss cue when I do that,
Yeah.
Maybe I just need to work at it more. Maybe I shouldn't give up after 1 or 2 miscues.
Yeah. I've sat there and watched Shane just break the balls for a couple hours,
Yeah,
he does that.
hours.
Now, there's an out to be had here. There's a window, up table, near the head string, for a shot at the 4. So plays this 3 and goes 2 rails around the corner and just floats down table. Oh, he's short.
Yeah, sure is.
He was careful and delicate to try to fall right in that window.
There's a tool out there for the break shot. It's called the break rack.
Yeah, it's a cool invention.
And I know Shane did use that extensively when he first got going. And it's a really great tool. We did a promo with them a few years back, and Brandon Schuff used that break rack for about 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, his break was noticeably better.
Yeah.
And he said that once he went back to hitting a regular rack of 10 balls, that they felt like it was nothing. It felt like feathers and just blowing them up. It was just incredible, the transformation.
Look at this. Well, okay. I thought he'd scratch.
Yeah.
Good for him. Good for him.
Now this
Give him a shot to make something happen.
So let me ask you. This brought up a good point here. What Shane just did right there. Do you like the rules that we played at the Memphis Open, where you call your shots, and if you accidentally let the ball in, then the opponent can pass it back? Or do you like playing the 9-ball rules, 10-ball better?
Well, I try to be a technician. I'm not a sloppy player, but, I think there's something to playing on the bar table. Sometimes you can play for a little bit of luck, and we've talked about that. We've touched on that last set.
I mean, he definitely played for a role there.
Yeah, he saw that there was a very good likelihood of a ball going there in that side.
Right, a lot of opportunities there.
But, I'm for, I think the top-notch pros, they want to take all luck out of it because they don't ever want to be upset by a lesser player.
Right.
They want to take all the luck out of it, But, luck has always been a little bit of a part of this game. And I'm for maybe limiting some of the luck. But I think I'm okay with there being a little luck dynamic.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, again, I think that some of that thinking is coming from that thinking is coming from focusing on the players, and we're forgetting about the fans, the people watching it.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets really boring, if there's no luck involved. The luck adds excitement to it.
Sure does.
Something could happen. What could happen?
Sure does.
Oh, look what happened. We weren't expecting that.
And what brings applause, when that happens, people do get a little kick out of that. Like, oh my God, and they're jumping up and down and going crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the industry seems like it's transformed over the years to to what the players wanted, and then when they got what they wanted, they realized, hey, this ain't so great after all.
Yeah. and you know what? For the most part, it equals out. Every once in a while in a limited shorter set, it doesn't equal out, and you just get burned. But you know what? You just have to accept that. Oh well. They have another tournament next week.
Right.
Just have to accept some of that. So I am for limiting some of the luck, but not taking it all away. I mean,
Sure.
Like I like the rules that the money ball does not count in these bottom 2 corner pockets. I like that for sure. Because on some tables, some racks, it just tends to shoot straight towards the corner. Like in 9-ball, it will a lot of times.
Right.
So and
I've gotten to where if I'm gambling on 9-ball, 9 doesn't count on the break at all. And you know what? No one ever has a problem with it.
Now, did you see his cue ball hook forward? Now, it got interrupted. It may have had too much top on it, forward on it, so that it may have hooked all the way down here and scratched in this bottom right corner where the 10 is. A ball did stop it. But he's not letting it float up all the way to the head rail again. So it's obvious he's made some adjustment, but maybe he's gone too high on the cue ball. Maybe he now needs to make an adjustment halfway back to where he was, just a shade back, and then he'll find that point where he can park it, like he did earlier. It's amazing how between similarly skilled players, the break can be the determining factor.
Well, decisions. I do not like swerving around this 7 ball. This seems like it seems like a sellout. I almost like just kicking the one in the corner.
Really. Yeah, no, if the one's off about half inch, that's a good shot. That one.
See, I didn't like it at all. I mean, it seemed like there was a lot that could go bad there, and not much good that could happen on that shot.
Yeah, I mean, the only, he has a pretty good window where that one could have banked past the 3 to get down past the side. There's a pretty good gap from this vantage point. You can see that if the one had gone straight between the 3 and the side down to the 5, the cue ball had a huge shout at being safe, behind the 4, 7, and 3. But he just didn't cut the 1 enough. I think because he tried to hit them so the cue ball and the 1 came off at equal speeds, half ball hit sort of. But if he could have cut that one a bit thinner with some inside English to kill the cue ball into the 9 like it did somewhat, I think it could have worked out. I mean, I think it was worth playing. But I like your play too.
Well, now, to go against my idea of kicking that 1 in, if you make it, you're probably not going to have a shot on the 2 because it's at the other end of the table.
You're right.
So there was really not
And
really.
you may be safe from the 2. So I think that's probably why you saw him not shoot it that way, because
Right.
imagine if he did kick the 1 in, he probably can't see the 2. Well, this is a little tricky because the angle is the wrong way to get back on the 2. So we're going to see him just put a stroke to this. Okay, yeah, he tried to put enough top left to go all the way across the grain of the table.
We've been seeing a little bit of speed control issues here from Shane so far in this match.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought there what he may do is just float that ball in, lay over on the right lower side rail, and accept the cut on the 2.
Right now, Scott, I have to say I said match, but I meant this set.
Right.
Because Shane is seeming a little shaken on this set here. Some of the things, the events that happened at the beginning of this set seem to have him a little bit rattled, and he's going to have to pull that together. Pull that composure,
Yeah.
and get back to what he knows how to do.
Yeah. That scratch he did earlier, going across the table, scratching in the right side pocket, that was huge. Look at this 7-8-9, Ray. 7-8-9 is a bit of an issue.
Bit
Bit of an issue.
That's an understatement of the. Yeah, oh, look at here. Just go for the cheese. And this is not a difficult combo either. I expect Shane to make this. How about hammer it in? 3-2.
Well, I know he's feeling a lot better. I mean, look, it was just about to be, could have been 4-0. Oh, excuse me, 4-1. Yeah, so he's within 1 now, striking distance, so it's not bad at all. I think it has a similar effect for Shane Winters here. The confidence of saying, okay, I'm in this. It could have been just almost knocked out right there. I knocked back a few steps, and I'm suddenly almost tied, right there, striking distance. This is great. I think he's feeling like he's glad to be here. It could have been so much worse. And you have to count your lucky stars in situations like that and be glad for it. So, okay, see if he's doing it, Ray, what we're talking about. I don't think his cue ball is going to go beyond the head string up there. It may bounce back, towards the middle, but I think if anything, watch when if it pauses and hooks back forward or stops. Either one. Okay, see it? Okay, it's not going to the head rail like it was before. So,
Right.
Fortunate he didn't make one there, but his cue ball's not going straight towards the pocket either. So,
Yeah, brutal.
I mean, the balls are going to come. They're going to go when they want to go. I mean, it's going to happen at some point.
Yeah, and
But it's about
here,
controlling that cue ball over the course of time.
now here's Skylar with a very nice table.
Now look at this. Okay, this is the little fine-tune, the little perfection that I'm talking about that the Shane Van Bonings and the Johnny Archers do. He's off-angled himself on the 2 to just pull back for the 3. So he's on the wrong side here. And that's the type of thing that he will fine-tune. Okay, he did all right. Now notice he thinned the 4, and he shook his head a bit. Well, now he's got to figure out how to do with a 4. But there's going to come a time where he's not going to get that off angle, and he's not going to have to thin the 4. Imagine if he hit the back of the 4. They wouldn't have a shot on the 3. So he got fortunate that he didn't hit it an inch thicker,
Yep, I agree.
So as he progresses as a pool player, we're going to see him fine-tune those things out, and we won't see this same old Skyler, you know, as great as he is. And same thing with Shane Winters.
Great shot maker, great recovery guy.
We'll see them extra solid, you know, in 6 months, and then 6 more months, even more so. You know, and they're eventually going to filter out all those little mistakes that cost them.
And if they can keep doing that without any fear, then we're going to see some super strong players coming out of this out of these two guys right here.
Well, there we go. So 9 and 10 in the same pocket. Skyler takes a 2-game lead. Right, just like last set. This set, there was a 3-0 lead, which is the biggest set, or the biggest lead we've had the entire time that they've played. Last set, it was never more than 2 games. Each player enjoyed a 2-game lead at some point during the last set. Won by Skyler Woodward, 21-20, if you're just joining us. This is set number 2. They've agreed to play the best 2 out of 3 races to 21. So Skyler won the first one, and we're in set number 2. Well, we still have some top-notch champions left around the room, getting a little practice in for tomorrow. I see Billy Thorpe. I see Alex Olinger, Warren Kiamko. I think Warren has just left the building. Justin Bergman is getting a little time in at the bar tables here.
Well, you're not. I'm going to run part of you dedicated. Yeah, but I'm still coming from the same.
Okay. Skyler's at the table, and he's just trying to work out what to do with the 4. Now, if he plays the angle properly here, he'll shoot the 2 in the lower right-hand corner and have the angle. He did not get there. Okay, well, I think he got there for what he wanted. Okay, he's going to play the safety next on the 4, or just bank the 4. Now, the 4 does not pass the 9. So I guess we'll be playing safe here. Nice shot, get it around the horn. Good shot. It's good recognition there. That's a common play in 9-ball there. To bank that ball 3 rails around the table and park Whitey. I was thinking for a moment that I may see Skyler try to get the right angle on that 3-ball to slide over in between the 7 and the 4, bumping them loose, gaining a shot on the 4, and then run out. You know, which is a tendency for a lot of bar table players to play aggressive and get out racks like that. Look at it like you really stole one from your opponent and didn't give him a chance to kick here and make anything happen. But he played a very intelligent shot. One that I think on the big table is the correct shot just about 100% of the time. And on the bar table, it's probably the right shot 80% of the time. Just a matter of kind of what you're feeling. Sometimes you just feel it, you know what I mean? And you find the angle just right to go in and nudge balls loose there and get out. Well, guess here he tucks short side and perfect. And back in dead line, 8-ball angle falls on the 9. Well, I sure hope all of you guys out there are going to join us starting tomorrow for this tournament here. This is going to be an outstanding event. This tournament is going to be 9-ball race to 21 with some of the top-notch talent in this country and others. Warren Kiamko from the Philippines is here, so it's not just all Americans. Well, I think he's found the break that he likes, you know, getting into that side rail to protect the cue ball from getting kissed around and scratching, floating down to the, you know, top of the table. He recognized it's good recognition by Skylar to recognize that was a problem and find a way to take that out. Again, it'll be tomorrow, this tournament here in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Smokin Aces. Bar table. Race to 21. $2,000 entry fee per player, plus added money. They're going to be a big payout. Whoever wins this tournament is going to be a happy camper for a good while. And we have, oh wow. You know, I think he recognized that his follow through was missing this ball the whole time, because as soon as he started to follow through, he moved his entire body. A lot of people say, oh, you missed that ball because you jumped up. Well, there, I think he jumped up because he realized that he was missing the ball. Sometimes that happens. You know, as you start to follow through, you realize you can't stop the stroke and it's already too late and you've missed the ball and you tend to jump because of it. Top-notch talent here in the building for this event. Going to be here at this tournament tomorrow night here at Smokin Aces. Shane Van Boning, Rodney Morris, Johnny Archer, Warren Kiamko, these two players here, Justin Bergman, Chad Vilmont. You guys can look that up, poolactiontv.com, or check out the Facebook page. Corey Duell. Coming up in Atlanta, Georgia on the 19th at Johnny Archer's pool room, the Marietta Billiard Club, Rodney Morris and Johnny Archer are going to be playing one another in an exhibition match. With something on the line. Not sure exactly what, but make it exciting for everybody to watch that. Two of the American greats, and for a long time, both those guys. Interesting. I guess his angle was so absolutely straight in that he didn't feel like cheating the pocket a hair and going ahead and playing down here to a rail, you know, the side rail or the end rail, either one. You know, maybe the angle wasn't there for him to create, and he's really left himself a lot tougher. I think he just thought he could play with speed control and float up a little better, but this shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, as long as he just works out the cue ball and doesn't let it find a pocket, he's golden. Shane Winters down 5-3. I like the way that he corrected his break, and I think it could prove to be something that gets him back in this and maybe even get him a lead if he really starts to crank these breaks out. He's hitting them just as hard as he has been. He hasn't let up on how hard he's hitting the balls like Skylar has, and Skylar's hitting not very full into the one, just, you know, enough to get into the side rail. Well, I like what Shane's doing. He's still hitting them full. He's just corrected how high he's hitting on the cue ball. He's moved his tip up a millimeter, possibly. Maybe changed his bridge hand to get it a shade taller, a millimeter or two, and it's causing his cue ball to bounce back and stay forward, hook forward, instead of floating all the way down to the head of the table and scratch somewhere. Well, okay, he got kicked into the side rail. It was floating that way a bit, but if you notice the control, after it bounced once or twice, it was slowing down, even though it was headed to the side rail a bit, but he still hit them very flush. The difference is Skylar's is going kind of straight into that side rail. It's like he's playing an intentional angle to go into the side rail to sort of protect the cue ball from harm. So two different very distinct, different styles on the break. Now I feel sure that Skylar takes this because he's got a very good shot to get safe here. He kicks into the one ball, about a 2/3 hit. The one ball goes angled across the table between the 6 and the 4 down past the side pocket, hits the side rail and ends up down near the bottom rail somewhere maybe under the 10 or a diamond out of that corner. And his cue ball then, I'm surprised he gave this back. Cue ball then should come off and into the edge of the 5 or about a half ball on the 5, playing safe behind the 4 or even just laying on the head rail. Either way, distance is a great safety, a great equalizer there. And if it ends up, behind balls too, that's a bonus. Let's see if he hits it with this kind of control I'm talking about. Okay, look at that. You see what I'm talking about? Cue ball went into the 5. The one ball didn't get under the 10, got just above it, but that's okay. He hit it with good direction and good control to go into the 5 there with the cue ball and stop it. Great play. I want to go pat him on the back for that. That's a great play by Shane Winters. Again, I'm surprised that Skylar gave that one back. Well, Shane's a little sick about it. But he didn't end up with a little better shot out of this. He played a great shot. And I guess, I recognize that being a one-pocket player, and Skylar's a, young 9-ball straight shooter, and maybe over time he'll start taking more of those, but I thought that was one he kind of needed to take. Shane really did well with that shot. He just wasn't rewarded the best for it. Which, as I say, it pays to hit him. Good job by Skylar there. This is tricky. It's not so simple just to play off the 1 and go to the bottom rail and under the 8. It's not so simple to do that, I say. Oh, he can't even hit it. Look at the direction. I mean, that's a tough shot to kick 2 rails and hit that ball so squarely. But it's obvious to me that he knows a good bit about kicking. I mean, he's hitting these balls accurately on the button. He's hitting them with proper direction to get them safe into the head rail. That's the thing that the Filipino players do so well. Well, that's one of the things they do so well. I mean, they play about every shot so well. But one thing they do so well is kicking with very, very precise direction and thickness of hit on the object ball. They kick so well and get predictable results out of the cue ball and the object ball. And Shane Winters is showing some of that. I wonder where he gets it from. I don't know that Shane plays a lot of one pocket. I'm curious. We'll have to talk to him about that. I know that Shane Winters is a little sick of this, but I think he's the favorite to make this ball. And just as long as he doesn't end up behind this 4, he's going to be happy. It's not just a hanger jump, though. I mean, some jumps really are, but he's got to be careful that this ball's not bouncing too much and leaves the table. But I think he's going to make this. It's just a matter of if he ends up with the shot. Oh, he hit it super. Well, that's about all we can say about that. Watch him spin his ball. get into that second rail and come on around straighter at the 4. Well, folks, I know I'm joined out there by you great pool fans watching this. I appreciate you checking this out. This is Scott Rabin for Pool Action TV, and for myself and Mr. Ray Hansen, who is out handling some business right now. He's around. But thanks again, and please come back and watch this tournament this weekend. It's going to be outstanding. Oh, look at this. We have John Mora back in the building now. John Mora, Canadian champion. I've had to deal with Mr. Mora before at the U.S. Open. He's just one of these young guys that's just come on up, and he's gotten to be an outstanding player. Kind of like all of these guys. You know, it was looking like all Skylar Woodward right out of the gate, 3-0. But since that point, Shane Winters has doubled them up, winning 4 to Skylar's 2 from that point. One more champion in the building, Adam Smith. It's also here. He's playing in the event. It's someone that I've forgotten about, playing in the tournament. Okay, now that right there, you know what? He's not getting rewarded the best right now. That's okay. I mean, that's going to come. He's going to get straight-in shots sometimes just as easily as he's getting not the best shots off the break. That control on the break there, it didn't get all the way to the head rail. He's bouncing it back and pausing it or killing speed. He's really getting it done now. He's cranking these balls in now. So that may prove to be a difference maker in this set. Look at that. He got aggressive and missed the ball, got a roll, though. If he can come through this, he's in this set and maybe taking the lead. Wow. The combos are so tough. I know he's just sick about that. We'll see Skylar shoot this 2 in the upper right-hand corner and play to the side rail and back out center table, and then he'll be off to the races. Man, that was a golden opportunity right there. The combos are never easy. You know, so many things are in your head when you shoot a ball like that. You're considering, you got to play for the lead ball. Where's it going to go? You got to play the cue ball for position. And the combo, you're shooting the ball into a small point on another ball. It's not like you're shooting it at the whole pocket and you have a lot of room for error. He's got just enough to force this and slide over, give it a firm, hard hit, and stun over a bit. He cheated that pocket just a shade. That's just the case with competitive 9-ball or 10-ball at times. Sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles, you know. Boy, it's a frustrating feeling when you're on the receiving end of it. You get what you perceive to be a bad roll, and your opponent is getting, you know, some breaks. And you're down a set. All that really works on your mind in a situation like that. Well, it's unfortunate for Shane Winters. You know, I think he has shown to have the better break here the past little bit of this set. He's kind of worked out some scratch issues with the first set. He kind of fixed it. He's managing to get more power into the break and control the cue ball pretty well, in my opinion. Skyler is controlling the cue ball well. He's intentionally playing it to the side rail. He's not getting a lot of power into the break, though. And I think that if this were to last and play were equal, the Shane Winters would win this set. However, Shane's been the one who's made a couple of mistakes, you know, maybe unforced errors that might not be typical of his game. And, you know, there was an opportunity right there for him to be tied. And instead, you know, Skyler is now leading by 2. There's a lot of pool left to be played here in set number 2. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
The Billiard Congress of America estimates that nearly 36 million people in the U.S. play some form of cue sport. 11 million of those people play 25 times or more per year in over 9,000 bars or pool halls. With the Go Play Pool app, people can find places to play pool, and pool halls and bars can advertise their business. The Go Play Pool app is free to download and offers rooms an affordable way to advertise directly to the people who would frequent their establishment. Everything from tournaments and leagues to food and drink menus and even other games or entertainment can be on your room profile. If you own a pool hall or bar with pool tables, you need to be a member of Go Play Pool. Sign up today to start your free 30-day trial. With the Go Play Pool app, it doesn't matter where you are in the U.S., you can find a great place.
All right, I'm going to say Skyler Woodward will shoot at this ball. You know, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. This is another shot that's a pretty routine kick safe. You know, it's like, you know, you fooled me with this once or twice already. I'm gonna take it now. You know, but he didn't. He gave it right back. With this shot, I mean, Shane Winters is the favorite to get safe here. Kicks and hits his ball correctly. Watch the cue ball. You see where he hit the... Oh, he got too thin on it. Well, I don't know that he meant to play it that way. He meant to get a little more into the meat of the 1 ball, leaving the cue ball up table behind the 9 and the 8 and 6. 1 ball coming down table to the right, lower right side rail, and then back in under the 3, maybe 3-5 area. I kind of felt sure that Skyler would have realized, you know, those kicks after seeing Shane hit a couple of those well, and he would eventually start taking that kind of shot. There's a problem with the 3 ball passing the 5 in the lower left-hand corner. Don't think it does, so he's got a lot of work to do. It's obvious he can make the 1 and the 2, but then the 3 ball's an issue. interesting here. He's going to go ahead and try to bump those loose and still have a shot on the 2. Okay, now look at how difficult it is. He's got to get back from this shot from a jacked up elevated position. And I'm joined one more time in the booth.
Hey,
Ray Hansen.
Hey, Scott, thanks.
Hey, man, you've been busy, I see.
Yeah, I had to make the rounds there. We've had all the internet and technology man showed up here,
Ray,
and it turned out.
I'm going to cut you off.
Oh, go ahead.
What a shot and what a roll. That's not exactly how he played it, but he got a roll.
But he'll take it.
He put the stroke to it to get back, and I commend him for that. And now he may be off to the races. Okay, cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. Hey, that was much more interesting than what I had to say.
You're talking nerd stuff? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, he kind of got out of line trying to, he feels frustrated, I think, being down 6-4. So because of that, he tried to force something a little bit there, and it may very well pay off. He had to kind of get this lucky roll to do it, but
as we all know, it could have easily went the other way.
sure. I don't fault him for doing it. I think he feels a little, he's behind in the set and frustrated, and he really had a shot to tie it up a second ago. He had a little bit of an error that jumped up and bit him. But I think so now he's trying to kind of really come with it to get back in this set.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think he feels in his head that he's outplayed Skyler as far as a couple of safeties.
Right.
And
Hey.
can't get away with the shot. From
Scott, I
him.
wanted to add for everyone out on the internet watching right now that if you've purchased the pass for today, then you also have the right to have the video for later, the recording. Because I think that that's the best value for your money. You should get access to be able to watch it later. In other words, you don't have to watch it live. If you bought the live show, you can watch it up until it's time to go to sleep, and you can request the video recording later. You do have to. Right now, you do have to request it, but I'm about to go back to just sending the links out automatically, because I can just easily pull the list of everyone that entered your email when you logged in and asked for your email. And that email allows us to send you the video links, and that's what we're going to do. So you'll get a link with the videos. It won't be immediate, it's over the next few weeks as soon as I get them uploaded. And I'm going to start sending those links out automatically again. So I've been doing them on request, but it really it just adds a lot more work on this end here, because then we have to go and verify and did you actually get this pass and make sure, and then it's a lot more work. So we're just going to go ahead and start sending them out automatically again. So for all of you that bought this, and also all event pass buyers will get a link to the videos for that event if you bought that event. So
That's awesome.
in the meantime, looks like Shane Winters is going to pull within one here.
He's had a couple of chances, to get right there, back there at it, and something funny has happened.
So we started off with a 3-game lead, the biggest lead since this match started. And has there been a 3-game lead since that 3-0 beginning? Is it back to 2 again?
I don't know, Ray.
I stepped away for several racks there.
I know. I'm just immersed in this, and I don't even know. It's been some pretty. So there've been some swings. Let's say that, where Shane was on the verge of tying this up, and maybe even have a shot at breaking and taking the lead, and then something funny would happen once, or then he kind of had a little unforced error once. But I like his break. Let's see if he continues this. If he does, I think we'll see him come back. Break for break, I like Shane Winters' break right now over Sky's. He's getting more movement, more action, more power into the balls, and he's still not, putting his cue ball in peril like he was before and letting it float to the head rail and wrist scratching. Skyler is doing well, too, to take his cue ball out of danger, out of harm's way, but he's not getting the same pop into the balls that Shane is. Skyler's taking his cue ball straight into the side rail, which he's not getting near as full a hit into the one, so he's not getting the same movement.
Is he trying the cut break?
No. Oh, you mean Skyler?
Yes.
Well, yeah, Skyler's just playing to keep his cue ball safe, because he kept going to the head rail and scratching too a lot. But watch this. It'll bounce back and hook forward. He won't go to the head rail if he... Okay, see it slow down? All right, it got kissed just now by the 6, but it's not running straight up to the headrail like it was before.
Yeah.
You see this? It's unfortunate because he's been breaking the balls pretty well, but he just can't end up with a shot, it seems.
Look how many balls are up table here.
Yeah, I mean, they're all but 2 behind the side pockets, so he's really getting good pop into the balls. He just has not been rewarded here lately for doing it. Well, he's picked a spot for the rollout. I think he sees, he did this because he has an idea of what he's going to do if he gets it back.
Well, what is he going to do?
Well, I'll tell you what I know. This is one of all the ones that Skylar Woodward has given back. I wouldn't have given back some of the ones that he has. This is one that I would. It doesn't lend itself either. Whoa, unless you hit it dead perfect. What a shot, Skylar. That was trickier than it looked right there. He threaded the needle, and if he had skimmed that 4 right there, he leaves Shane straight in on the 1. He hit a very good shot. That really shows his accuracy. It's a testament to how accurate he really is, because he missed the ball coming back and the kiss on the cue ball, and the cue ball missed the 4 by a shade, and then he had the presence of mind to spin the cue ball to end up behind the 4 and the 7. I mean, I'd commend him there. He really had to execute a pretty tough shot. He did well with it. The way he hit it doesn't look like it's that tricky at all. He made it look easy. But I guess, knowing Skylar and his accuracy, that was a ball that he could shoot directly at. The other ones, the push-outs of Shane's that Skylar did not take, were kicks. So I understand him thinking that a kick, that's obviously, somewhat safe. Go ahead and let the other guy kick at it. So I understand why he did that. And I guess had I been at the table, I might have thought better of it myself. But I commend him. He just hit the ball well. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, if he makes this 1 ball, okay, he's out from here. Ooh, it makes it tougher right there. As soon as I say it, he gets jacked up over the 10. Can I take it back partially? No. I still think that he's going to get out here. It would be so much easier if he wasn't. Oh, look at this. Get away from him. Being over that 10 makes it so hard. If he wasn't over the 10, he could have played and gotten straight in on this 4-5 combination. And I would feel confident in saying that he's out. But I still think he's okay. He's going to fan the 4 and play the 5, and then he'll be straight in on the 4. Yeah. I mean, I really did expect him to get out there. But getting over the 10 just made it a bit uncomfortable. No, this will be nice. He'll be playing the 7 ball in the same pocket where the 4 is. He's played a nice angle there, so he can maintain cue ball and that into the table for the 7. He hasn't off-angled himself where the cue ball has to come down here near the 10 and 9. Oh my goodness. Well, again, Shane Winters has come to the table, and he kind of shook his head. He had a little smirk, a little frustrated that he hasn't been left a straight-in shot. But I think deep inside he's happy that he has anything. It beats sitting in the chair watching Skylar run out and lose this game. So I look to see him. I think he's going to make this ball. I just hope that he doesn't try to hold the cue ball so much that he misses the ball and hits it thick. He hit it great. He hit it great. Yeah, I mean, that's a shot he just had to do this with and just accept a tougher shot. tough to judge from here, but he's shooting at the 7, but it's tough to judge whether or not he's got to play at the 8 in the same shot, or if he's just going just out for the 7. Well, I'll tell you what.
Brutal.
Yeah, he's made some good shots. You know, he's had a few tough breaks here lately, but, you know, all things considered, he's still at the table. This is a big ball. It's off the rail just enough where it maybe plays easily. And he's got to take some good things away from this. He's still just down 6-5, you know? And if he looks at some of the things that he perceives as having gone against him, it's in a good situation. Wow, just barely missed it. He got in under it. Well, that ball was off the rail just enough to make it play, you know, a little easier for him. So he had a little bigger ball at it. He put a good try into it. I know he feels sick about it. He keeps getting right there within a game, and then all of a sudden it's 2. And then he's back within a game and has a shot to get out, and then it's 2 again. Yeah, and sure, as soon as he had the chance, Skyler, smooth as silk again, is going to take a 2-game lead. I've been there myself, and it's a frustrating feeling. But you just have to hang around, and eventually it may break the other direction. Well, as I look across the room here at Warren Kiamko and Shane Van Boning standing there, thinking about Warren Kiamko's big win. Oh, okay, check it out. He's changed the break up a bit. Oh, see, it's getting away from him. He's just not hitting the ball squarely in the head ball. So we may see him go back to that. He might try it again once or twice, and if it slips up on him, he may go back to that side rail break, getting the cue ball into the side rail. But back to what I was just saying, I look across the room here and I see Warren Kiamko over there, who just had a big win at Steinway Billiards in New York. Just won that tournament. A star-studded field. Warren Kiamko came through it all.
Warren's a great guy, too. I love Warren. One of my favorite people in pool in general, not just Filipinos either. I mean, overall, just a really great guy.
Well, I'm angry at him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I am mad at Warren Kiamko for beating me in the U.S. Open.
Yeah. Well,
that was my year, Ray. That was my year.
It could have been your year.
Could have been.
If it wasn't for Warren.
Man.
You know, the first time I met Warren, he was playing in the finals at the Galveston World Classic. That was the first time I met Warren. He was playing Mika Eminen. And Mika ended up winning, but it was a great match. All right, we're going to get this scoreboard corrected here. It's 7-5 right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I had a real battle with Warren, and I had enjoyed a little bit of a lead late in the set. Thinking then I was done for. He got all smooth and accurate all of a sudden. What was he thinking? Why would he have done that? You think you're so cool, Mr. Kiamko, shooting all the balls in, running out. No, he played outstanding pool, and I guess he deserved to win. Since I wanted to win badly, but I didn't get it done. Okay, Shane is going to pull within one more time. You know, he's doing the right things. He just needs to stay at it, keep that break. And I know he feels, I hope he doesn't abandon it because he hasn't been rewarded with it yet. He's doing the right thing. I mean, he's getting good action on the break. He's making a couple of balls, it seems, each time now. It's just unfortunate that he's been behind the ball each time, you know, after they stop rolling. So maybe this time will be different. He'll end up with a shot. And he just needs to keep the faith and keep making it happen. You know, after watching him see what he can do with this rail break, you know, I don't necessarily agree with breaking off the rail playing 10 ball because I think I lose control there and you sacrifice a little power. The ball's a little more bouncy because you're breaking down on it somewhat versus out in the open where you can get a level hit. But he's doing well with it. He's getting good power. Look at that. I mean, the cue ball's kind of bouncing back and parking.
I mean, Scott and I we're having to turn down our headset volume when he breaks here just because it's hurting our ears. That microphone is right above the table there.
Yeah, he's doing really well right now with that break. You know, this is going to come out in the wash. It's just a matter of time. You just keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. You know, he's going to end up with shots. I mean, it seems like he's fighting an uphill battle every time, you know, the balls are a little funny, a little tied up. He has to push out. I'm looking at the 5-6 here as being an issue. But let's see. And maybe the 5-6 carom is lined up. The billiard is there. I'm not sure yet.
Looks like it is. But, you know, it's kind of tricky when it's
No,
that
he's
close.
got it right here, Ray. You can break it out right here if he needs to. Yeah, he can go after it right now. So watch this. He's going to have position on the 3. Get a little bump there.
Oh, no such bump.
No such bump. Oh, well.
I think the carom is on.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it's a little tricky and risky when the 5 ball's that close to the rail, though. You know, it could come back out and knock the cue ball up.
Well, look again. Look again. It's not so bad. I think if he gets away from this head rail enough and gets the angle on the 4 to keep the cue ball down behind the head string for the 5-6, then he can just fan the 5. See kind of where he is, or to his right any. As long as he can play the 6, the 5 is going to come out just a bit for a shot where the 3 is. If he could get the cue ball behind the head string off of the 4. I don't think he wants to be up near, imagine, for example, where the head spot is. You know, the foot spot is where the 10 ball is. The head spot is where the spot would be on the head string, of course. And if he can get inside of the head string for the 5-6, you know, I don't like it as much from out here, but he's the one at the table, so maybe that's the only place it plays from. Because from here, see, the 5's got a lot more movement. If he were down above the head string another foot, he can fan the 5 and make the 6, but maybe it doesn't play from there. I can't tell from where we are. 5's just going to move a lot more. Okay, nice. Nice.
Really nice.
You know, that's part of the beauty of being the guy at the table pushing the cue. You can tell exactly how they're lying from up there. Well, you overamped it just a bit, but it's not so bad. Okay, he was sweating that one for a bit.
And what are we going to have at this point?
Well.
Tie ball game.
I mean, what a great tight match this has been. First set goes down 21-20. They're tied at 7 right now.
We got a pair of 7s. You have to use poker lingo when you're at Mikey McEwen's house.
Yeah. Okay.
Just behind us on the bulletin board up here is a picture from the magazine when Mikey won the big poker championship there.
Nice.
Cash games going nonstop over here at Smokin' Aces too, folks. Been going one all night. They've got one going up there.
So, Ray, if I'm playing poker and I have 4 A's, is that good?
Beg your pardon?
I'm playing poker and I have 4 A cards. Is that good?
I don't know. You know,
Or do I automatically lose?
might hold up for 4 B cards.
It's not an automatic loss. You have all A's, oh, you lose. Yeah, I'm not a very good poker player. I mean, I know, I don't even know really what hands beat what. You know, I mean, I have a gist sort of, but I'm not very good. I guess I just never got into it. I was too busy trying to learn to draw my ball. And after 25 years of playing, I got it to come back like 1.5 inches the other day, Ray. So I finally got some draw on the ball.
That's nice, man.
Yeah.
It's about time. I was wondering if you were
Yeah.
ever going to be able to do that.
Oh yeah, I got skills. Well, he's going to the air.
You know,
It's tough.
I'm not too sure about this one.
Yeah, the 8 doesn't appear to go off of the 3, or does it? You know, I can tell you there's a gap in the balls. I think the 8 does go. Looking at it now, I wonder if we could get a quick zoom in on this. No, probably not by the time he shoots this. Okay, it does go because there was a gap there, so nice. You know, look at this. I mean, I feel this frustration. I really do.
Out of the pot, into the fire.
Yeah. He feels like he's really just come through it, you know, again and again and again, and he keeps winding up with, you know, I mean, sand in his breakfast cereal or something. It's just bad. He's had to fight through a lot of breaks, a lot of rolls.
Well, it had potential to be good, but it didn't get there.
You know, he wants it so desperately. I can see that. You know, he's obviously a passionate player, you know, and a fierce competitor. He wants it so badly for something to break for him and, you know, get a shot and then take a lead. He feels like he's been right there at it for so long in this set and even in the last set, but you know, they say in pool you make your own rolls to a degree too by playing solid and not making any errors when you're at the table. It's easier said than done because we all slip up.
Yep. And they got a name for people that do that.
Some just slip up fewer times than others, I guess.
Yeah. The name they have for it is humans.
Demons?
Humans.
Humans. Okay. Thought you were blaming the pool demons. Some people talk about the pool gods.
Yeah.
If they do bad things to you, it's pool demons, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Pool gods help you.
Well,
Pool demons
Now, if
burn you.
So if you believe in pool gods, you got to believe in pool demons, right?
I think so.
Sky Woodward with the lead one more time. 8-7.
I wonder if they just played this set straight on for 3 days, if this is how it would pan out. You know, just play 10 days straight and see what happens. They'd probably be within a game or two at the end of 10 days.
Well, some of you watching, if you were following the Smokin Aces tournament last time, we were here back in April. After the tournament, we had another $5,000 entry two-man tournament between, and the participants were Jonathan Penninger Hennessy versus Justin Bergman. And, you know, there's a real good chance we're going to have another action match for maybe $5,000 entry or better on Monday.
Really?
Again. So, you know, Scott's going to be staying with me for a few tournaments, so we were kind of wondering, it was we're either going to stay here and cover action, or we're going to go up to Ferguson and picket and picket the riots. So one of those, whichever.
I don't know enough about the story. I can't pick it either direction yet, Ray.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that I can pick it with you right now. I've got to be an informed picketer. I am fond of this area in Missouri. I've spent some time here. Missouri and
Shot.
Kansas a bit. Yeah, nice jump there.
No love, Ray. Look at this.
Yeah, it's
This
tough.
was similar to that shot he had earlier. We had to just nick it, remember, and come
Yeah.
2 rails out and miss the 10. This time the 8 ball's sitting there, but
Yeah, it's so thin. If he can nick it, he's going to go into the 8 probably.
yeah, and if he misses the 8, he could scratch.
Sure. So that's not the play.
This is brutal.
This may be the play to shoot at it. If the safety is harder than the shot, I mean, he can shoot at this without any scratch or go into the 8 enough to not scratch. He just had to draw the ball.
Nice shot.
Thought he might play and go into the 8 intentionally. Yeah, it was a good hit. Good hit. And like I was saying, I've spent some time around Kansas, Missouri a bit. And I'm kind of fond of the area, and I like some of the people I've met here.
Yeah.
And I kind of would like to go visit some of my friends in Joplin, Missouri. You know, they went through a lot out there. Man, the hurricane, the tornadoes out there. Tornado that hit them a couple of years ago.
And then I guess you heard Bob Schnurr passed away.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep,
sorry
sure did.
to hear that. Bob Schnurr is a friend of Patrick Brown out there. He posted some updates on Facebook about it.
Patrick Brown and James and there's so many.
In fact,
people out there.
Scott and I were talking about stopping by, maybe paying a visit, and then before we talked again, Bob had passed.
That's right. That would have been nice to get out there and see old Bob. You know, we were going to give him this, let him get this stream, and they were going to have it for him there.
You know Bob?
Oh, yeah.
Or did you
Sure.
did? Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
Cool character. Liked Bob a lot. I was excited when you said that we may go over there after this tournament.
Yeah.
You know, go by and see Bob.
Yeah. Then we can pop up to Raytown Rec Center and play some on Big Bertha, the 5x10 they've got up there. They got a 5x10 pool table.
And where is this?
Raytown.
What city?
It's a Raytown. It's my town, baby. It's right outside of Kansas City. It's a suburb of Kansas City.
Okay.
Raytown. It's Raytown Rec Center, and we've got a 5x10 up there, and a bunch of 9-foots, and they got a 3-cushion heated table also.
I just played 3-cushion yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for the first time in a long time.
Skyler moved that cue ball towards that side pocket there and almost went in the side pocket.
Yeah, he's having some accuracy issues with the break. He's not hitting the one flush. You know how Shane Van Boning is so talented at breaking the balls so squarely? He'll break the balls for an hour and just breaking and maybe never touch the side rail on the break. His cue ball has so much control because he hits them so squarely.
Right.
Well, Skyler here is having some issues with hitting the one ball squarely, the flattest part of the one from where he's breaking from. He's hitting around to the right or to the left occasionally, just a shade, and it's causing the cue ball to threaten a scratch like that, or to scratch. Which was why we saw him intentionally hitting the one off center just to jump into the side route earlier. But he has changed it up now in favor of something else. I think he's realizing that if this goes on like this for a long period of time, that Shane Winters could take the lead if Shane is outbreaking him. So Skyler doesn't want to allow Shane to outbreak him and let that be a difference coming down the stretch. So he tried to change it up, but it's still not working just right for him. This has got to wear on someone, wear on a player, to keep coming to the table with this sort of thing, just a shade from being able to make a ball or a shade from this or that being able to have, it's just a little funny, it seems like, this entire set from the point when it was 3-1 from that point on.
Well, how many
had some
times?
funny breaks.
How many times have you seen a player that has this happen over and over and over again? Then they finally have a shot, an opening, and they miss it.
Oh yeah,
Because
that can happen.
you got to be ready. You
Yeah.
got to be ready to receive your opportunity, and that's not going to happen if you don't have your head in the right place. So that's why, again, the mental game. I refer to that again. You've got to, and I probably talk about it or think about it so often because it's one of the problems I've had, in my game. Let things. I beat myself up a lot during the matches, or I have. Oh, what a
shot.
Oh,
And Massey didn't, he just barely missed that
that
seven.
was what a shot in stereo.
Yeah. I was saying at the same time, that was great, Massey.
Yeah, and look at the shape he came out with.
Now again, is this a bad roll? You know, because look what he got. He got pretty much dead straight in.
I think he's got a little angle. I think he's got just a hair of angle.
But he's considering shooting the 3 from all the way up there, you know, which might be the best play. Just roll up and accept the tougher shot. But he just has to make sure that, you know, he's really careful with making this 3 and that his cue ball does not hit the 10 coming back. If he can miss this 10 coming back, the 4 plays easily in the side. Of course, he has to stay on the correct side of the 6 and 7, so he's not hooked. Well, a little off angle going towards the side. I think he can pocket this ball though and hit before the side pocket. So I think he's going to be okay. Could have been a lot worse if he gotten stuck up against the table before. All these little things matter, like getting stuck up over the 9, elevated. You know, lucky for him, position on the 6 is easy, and the 6 is in the middle of the table. He's got plenty of options to play, to play it. But all these little things can cause issues, you know, and they'll get you when you least expect it. Getting elevated over a ball, having to shoot off of a rail sometime, having the wrong angle. They make a run out look difficult sometimes, but he's fine now. I don't think we'll see him have any problems here. Oh yeah, now he's dead perfect back in line here. Okay, and once again, he's within 1 game if he gets out here, and I don't think there'd be any issues with that.
Just stepping back, Scott. And tell you what, looks like we got another tight set going here.
Well, Shane Winters is doing all the right things right now.
This is coming down to a coin toss, isn't it?
And again, you know, if it's whether or not the rolls he's getting are real or imagined, nonetheless, he's staying close, and that's what he's got to do right now. Just get out when you can, every opportunity you have. Don't slip up. He almost did. He almost got stuck up against, I think, the 4 ball this rack, and that was kind of his own doing. So if that had burned him, it would have been his fault. But he's doing okay. He's doing what he needs to do to stay close in this match, and you never know. He may get a break in his favor in a minute, and you know, and maybe Skylar Woodward have something go bad for him, and then may see Shane take a 2-game lead. You never know.
We've got just a couple of tables to our right there. We've got Justin Bergman. You can see him in the white shirt there on the right there, firing up the stogie. And he's in action over there with a fellow named Jeremy. I think he's out of Ohio. And Adam Smith is in the house hitting some balls and working on getting a little feel for the tables and the environment. John Mora has arrived, and he is also hitting some balls. Alex Olinger. Looks like he's in action. Rodney Morris looking on. Fun times going on over here. Smokin' Aces. We're going to see if we can get a little a camera angle of all the action that's going on over here, and here in just a moment. All right, a little pan of the room there. 2 9-foot diamonds, the new style.
Now, check out, Skylar Woodward. He's got that pep in his step right now. He's really kind of zooming around the table. He's just kind of feeling it, He keeps sensing, okay, 2-game lead, back to 1, then all of a sudden, 2-game lead again, and maybe I can make it 3.
He's got that little strut going now,
Yeah.
and you notice these players sometimes when they get that little strut working, that that's their winning strut.
Yes. Okay, now check this out. Okay, now this isn't a problem for him most likely as long as he gets back. Okay, he did exactly what I said. Gets back high of the 8. Now he's got a natural thin the 8 and fall between the 10 and the 9. Some players don't get high of the 8, and then they have to force position. Ooh, okay, he's fine. And then they have to force position to go around the table or something. He did well. A great knowledge of the stroke he put to the ball. Great direction.
And once again, 2-game lead. I'd say these guys are a pretty tight match. What do you think?
Yeah. Skylar keeps looking back, and there's Shane standing there. It's like, I can't get away from you. Just can't pull away. You can just see it in Shane's face. He wants it so bad. He wants to get there and get it tied up and then kind of take over and let that break work, and because he knows he can do the same thing. There's no rule that says Skylar has to be leading this. I mean, Shane is very capable of leading this and even running away with it if things go right. They're both very capable of just taking over, I've watched Skylar do it a lot. Haven't seen Shane Winters play as much. Okay, now the 2 caught the cue ball, but that cue ball was running on him a bit. It was running up towards the chalk in the upper right-hand corner pocket. He kind of let that get away a bit on the break. But it came out kind of smelling like a rose. That was the problem he had earlier, the end of the first set. It was running away from him. That's why he switched and he started breaking from the side rail and jumping the cue ball into the side rail near where the 7 is now. Or just actually below the 7, but playing off the 1 into the side rail. So he just ensures he's not jumping bounce back into the side. Okay, he's got just enough angle here. He's got a couple ways to play this. We may see him punch this in and slide towards the 6 ball a bit for the 2. I just rolled it that way. Okay. Could have played that one of 2 ways, and he chose to play the slower and the roll. I think we'll see him come around the 6 here. A little bit down table for the 4. Oh yeah, he senses a lead starting to separate here.
This might be our second, that I know of, 3-game lead here again.
Yeah, there have been 2 for sure, possibly 3. I don't recall if it was the 3rd or not. These are just kind of connect the dots. Yeah, the speed that he's playing at, I mean, you can just tell he knows nothing really can go wrong here. I mean, unless the lights went out or something.
Right. Don't say that, man.
Well, as a player, you do feel that way sometimes. You don't want to get too rushed to where you get sloppy and then all of a sudden something bites you. But, I don't think that, he's going to do that with those. Those are pretty much tap-ins for him. Look at him. Look how he's getting the balls out. I mean, he can't do it fast enough. He's anxious to get these balls racked and smash them again. Look how, I mean, you can just tell he kind of senses victory now. It's become real. It's become just a few games away, possibly, the way he's looking at it. And he finally got a little separation. He rounded the corner there and looked back and saw that Shane Winters wasn't immediately behind him. Saw a little separation there. Okay, well, the cue ball had some hesitation on it. It got kicked down to the head rail, so that's not so bad. It bounced back a couple skips and was kind of slowing down or hooking forward when it got interrupted. But he's just not getting the same pop into him that Shane Winters is getting, although he has, you know, gotten a 3-game lead. So what he's doing is working. Shane's got to really take his time with these and just pick these off one at a time. It doesn't matter if he slows this down to half speed. You know, like he's really got to just plan this out. Do not make any errors here. Pick them off one at a time. Stay in line. It's going to be interesting when he gets to the 6, 7, 8, 9. The 7 only has one pocket. You know, well, of course it could be played up table on the sides to get a fall on it just right. But realistically, it has the lower right corner pocket naturally. The 6 is before it is played in either of the corners down here, either of them. The 8 only has one pocket down here. And the 9 has one pocket. And then the 10 goes wherever. But so if he plays these like a road mapper, if he plays them carefully and plays very exact position, he can play the 7 to the right, the 8 to the right, the 9 to the left, and then the 10 to the left. Make it kind of natural. He can stay in line for those. Then there's always the 8-9 combination, but then the 8's going to creep up on the 10 unless he hits it. So he probably just doesn't want to do that. He wants to play a clean cue ball, clean game here. Where no issues, no combinations, you know, if you don't need to. But then again, there's the problem with pool. Your plan is ever changing. It's very hard to stick with one plan and have it work out exactly that way the entire rack through. You have to adapt as you go. And that's one thing about a talented player too. They can find several ways to run out a rack. Okay, well he's already on the wrong side to do this the way I suggested, with the 7 in the lower right-hand corner here. He's on the wrong side of the 6 to make that happen. So, that gives him another option, 7 in the side possibly. Is he going to draw the cue ball over to the side rail and back, or is he going to roll it? Now, he played this to play for a combination. He's probably the favorite to make this here. But I'll tell you what, they just give me the willies, Ray. They really do. He may just be solid on these. I don't know. Yeah. I felt that 7 needed to be played cleanly in the right-hand corner pocket. And it was all because of how he got on the previous ball. He's reacting kind of like with the 6 to what he gets, instead of playing very specific with the cue ball and getting what you mean to get. Well, here's the biggest lead of our sets. The previous set and this one. This is the biggest lead yet. Skylar's feeling it. You can just watch him right now. See how quickly he's getting the balls out? He's going to run around here and grab the rack out. You can't rack these balls fast enough, you know. I mean, you can just tell that he kind of senses it now. That was a rack that I really would have liked to have seen Shane Winters, you know, make sure when he played that ball on the head rail that it got down here on the correct side of the 6. And he didn't. He just kind of got for a shot at the 6, and it caused him to have to. Okay, here's his chance. Let's see him do it again. Again, this is no cakewalk. The 4 is a very specific ball. It doesn't have a pocket down here at the bottom of the table. And the 3 is a little bit tighter to get on. And the problem is he's going to be playing position from the 3 to the 4. There are a couple of ways I see this. But not only that, he doesn't just have to get on the 4, he has to get on it in a way that he can get on the 5. This game is too tough. Need something simpler. Pool is just a really tricky game. So many variables. It really is amazing the talent that some of these guys possess to be able to run out a very detailed rack. You know, they're not just getting on the next ball for a shot on it. They're getting on the next ball with particular position to fall to the third ball. I like the way he's playing this, taking his time. Let's see if he's come with a game plan. Yeah, see, I could tell he shook his head as soon as he hit the one. I think when he picked his shot, he's throwing his hands up there. When he picked a shot, he did jump up and kind of two-stroke it and hit it very quickly. And now it's going to cause him to not be able to get out. It's an example of an opportunity to, let him, it just kind of slipped by him. This rack was very runnable. It's just takes a little thought. This could be trouble. Shane, yeah, I think, well, he's going to the jump cue. I think he would be served well with taking a break. Because 21 comes quickly. And then that'll be 2 sets. I like that. Managed to play that to the rail and come across for the 9 instead of trying to draw that. Apparently he had the good angle to play the rail. It's the right way to play it. Okay, there's one back. He's reeled one game back in. Okay, I want to see Shane Winters right here. Continue with that good break he's been doing. Just make sure he doesn't let the cue ball get away again. He started to do the right thing with the break and, have a little control with the cue ball, not letting it get to the head rail and risk those upper 2 corner pockets scratches. And 10 ball, the balls come around, if your cue ball gets up there, gets interfered with a lot and bumped in the pockets. He's been controlling that and keeping it down here, so I like that. He was within striking distance for a good long period of time. Now, there's a 3-game gap, but I think he can reel this back in. Just keep this good break working. He's got to just slow down the pattern play and make sure he stays in line, shot for shot. balls just don't seem to be blowing up for him. You know, I doubt he slug racked himself there. He probably racked them fine. I don't know. They just, sometimes they don't break right. They're a little funny. I don't know that. I guess I'm just not as good at breaking, especially 10 ball off that side rail, so it worries me a bit. I would want to be breaking out in the open a bit, get my hand level on the table. That's me. Maybe, you know, he has good cue ball control from that spot, and that's why he likes it. Sometimes, you know, it's just not the best, you know, breaking spot. I mean, the balls just don't blow up from some areas. Sometimes you just find another spot that works better. I wonder if Shane Winters knows about, you know, the tricks that some of these top professional 10-ball players know. You know, as far as making the second ball behind the one in the side pocket. Has a lot to do with the rack being tight, you know, and a lot of his speed and timing. You know, sometimes you hit it too hard and that second ball won't go inside, and sometimes you hit it too soft and it won't go. But if you find the right speed, sometimes it just goes straight in, break after break after break. Sometimes it takes a player kind of like Shane Van Boening to exhibit that, because he can get it going just again and again. A lot of good 10-ball players have gotten it figured out. There's so many guys that run out real well. It's a rare combination of the guys that run out like tap water and break and make that second ball consistently. Those guys are deadly. Those are the ones that are hard to beat. We put a pretty good hit into that. That was nice. And I got the ball up quickly, but not with so much force that it jumped over everything. It also came down quickly, just inside of the one, so nice. And he's gotten safe. Yeah, this one's pretty nasty here to hit. Boy, I'll tell you what, there's just not a lot to be had here. This is one nasty situation. I mean, what is there really? I mean, play off the point of the far side pocket and back at the one. I mean, is he going to elevate and masse around the 10 to the rail and then kick back into the one? Is he going to tie something up? Yeah, he just tries to make it, and he didn't do that exactly how he wanted. He kind of threw his hand up there, like that one got away from him. And certainly Skylar's not going to make this any easier on him. That little nudge on the 9, you know, puts the 9 in a better position to play in the 5-9 combination in the future if that's something he chooses to do. He gets an opportunity to do that. Nice hit. Well, there's Mr. Skylar Woodward, Derby City Banks ring game champion, just spearing that one in like it was a hanger for you and I. This kid just sees them like that. I mean, I watched that. The Derby City Rinks, excuse me, look at my tongue untwisted. The Derby City Classic Banks ring game champion. That's exactly who he is, and with good reason. He spears those banks in like that on every table. Big table, bar table, doesn't matter. He really is outstanding with banking the balls. He went through a talented field of players to win that event too. And at 21, winning that event, that's hard to do. It's tough to play, under the lights of the Derby City Classic and beat the likes of all the guys he went through. Okay, so he is going to get to this combination. Now, let's see how well he plays position here, considering what the 5 does, the cue ball, and hitting the 10. Okay, he did well to move the 10. Well, the 5 crept up on him. I don't know that it goes. Yeah, the 10 kind of burned him. The 5 moved a little far for him. He did manage to run the cue ball in the 10, move it a little bit, but it just didn't act right. Well, I like that he didn't leave it closer to the bottom rail. This is still, I don't know, maybe a 50-50 kick. But if it had been near the bottom rail, it would have been a lot higher percentage than that. Trouble. He involved the 8 ball in the shot. I think he planned on zigzagging it and coming back on the outside of the 8 and then back out near the center table. It's tough to do on a thinly cut ball like the last shot. So could that be the break that Shane Winters needs? Or is he going to just spear this jump in? Look at this. Shane Winters comes to the table throwing his hands up in the air, kind of sick about this. I know how he feels. Happens in pool. Sometimes the ball's just, there's no explanation for it. He just shrugged his shoulders. It's like sometimes the balls just seem to be conspiring against you. And I think we all know that's crazy talk, but sometimes it just seems that way. It's like they're all in on it. Well, again, Mr. Banks. I'm pretty jealous, really. Kid Skylar's age. Yes, he's a kid. He's, 21? And Banks like that. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable talent. Well, once again, folks, here we are with a 4-game gap in this set. They're going to 21. The deal is they're playing the best 2 out of 3 sets to 21. $5,000 entry fee per player. And Skylar won the first set, 21-20. there's a spot that he's breaking from that a lot of those big time players have success with playing professional pool. When they play 10 ball, they get those second balls to go in the sides. Has so much to do with the rack and so much to do with a good square hit on the ball. When it's working, though, it's a thing of beauty. This is a delicate shot to cut this cue ball to the left, missing the 6 with a low right cue ball. Miss the 6, just get past the edge of it, hit the side rail and then the end rail. Straighten up for the 3 straight in the side. He can also do the same thing, probably more comfortably if he shoots it to the right. Well, he's going to go the other way. Now this shot does involve the 6. He has to make sure he misses the 6. Apparently there's plenty of room for that. He missed the ball. Wow, another big opportunity. Gosh, I know he's sick about it. And I know about, Shane Winters, and he's just a great shot maker, and the guy who runs balls and runs out. And he kind of wants to get in tune and just run a rack or so and get comfortable, and I think he could, put a couple more together. I know he's very capable of playing in this game. I think he's really down on himself right now, a little frustrated. Kind of feels like he's responsible for some of this happening. It's not just a couple of bad rolls, it's him making some unforced errors, and of course the fact that he's playing a monster. Maybe that has something to do with it. That shot right there, that's intelligent pull right there. Playing the bump on the 7 to play position for the side, that was nice. Well, folks, there it is. That's the biggest lead yet in both of our sets. The first set, there was never more than a 2-game lead. In this set, here we are, there's a 5-game lead opened up. Skylar's feeling it. Man, there it is. It's hard to explain, He's just a shade off from hitting the 1 dead square. When your ball bounces back like that and goes inside, you're close. You're so close. There's something in this follow-through that's causing him to throw his body slightly out of line and just barely miss hitting that 1 ball dead on the button. And that's an opening for Shane. He can just not get any funny angles, make sure he just stays in tune. I think this 4 ball provides a lot of, it'll be, it's almost like a lot of confidence. It provides a lot of, just a ball that routinely gets you right back in line. Well, you know, this is kind of what we're talking about right here. He's a little uncomfortable now because he's got more movement in the shot, and he's gotten too straight on the 6 to just transition easy. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, he's going to get out of this most likely. It shouldn't be a big problem, but there's a little something to it. I mean, if he was completely comfortable, this wouldn't have become an issue because he would have been right on the 6 to fall exactly right on the 7. Now he's got to, put more movement into the shot than would be normally necessary. Okay, now he's hit it with such a confident stroke, and he's comfortable now, and he's back in line. And I know when he's playing solid that he stays in line and doesn't have to come with a nice, recovery shot like that. That's where he wants to get, back in that zone. And he needs to keep chipping away here, and he can make that happen. I think we're going to see him make an effort here to play real tight. Just try to keep on with the big break, Now, we've seen this rail break not working out for the best. The balls just aren't flying in right now or exploding, but he's managed to control the cue ball somewhat. Okay, look at that. That's control right there. See that bounce back and stick? But look at this. It's more of the same. That's unfortunate. I know what he feels. He stuck the cue ball, yeah, and it's not center table, but it bounced back and kind of stuck. So it's not spinning around or just floating up tables towards the corner pockets. But it seems like every time he breaks the balls and makes something, the ball's him up and he's got to push out. For a pool player, that's being stopped dead in your tracks. He wants to run a rack followed by another, and get a little rhythm going instead of having to come to a stop every game and just play a bunch of safeties and a bunch of negotiating at the table.
What to do, what to do.
What would Truck do? Big Ray, what you gonna do from here? I mean, I don't know what to do from here.
Well, I think you got to just jam the 3 ball up on top of the 2 there.
Huh?
Wait a minute. He's got to touch the 3, right? He's got to touch the 2.
The 2 ball is between the 9 and the 3.
Ah, you know what?
You didn't see it?
I did not, but when I said it, I said, wait a minute, the 2 is before the 3.
Were you corner hooked over here?
Yes, I was corner hooked. Can he see this 2 ball at all? Let's take a look from the front.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. I think he's pushing somewhere, but the thing is, there's not a good push. I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna let's let him figure this one out.
Wow.
I mean, it's a tough spot. I mean, do you push where you're just going to trap yourself?
How about this? How about push over to the left of the 7 ball, and that leaves you a kick. Kick behind it.
Well, Skylar has shown that he will give a lot of those kick safes back. Kicks back. So if Shane determines that he's got a possible kick safety from there, then it's interesting.
Well, he's left a slice and dice, and if this goes, Skylar's taking this. Obviously, the kicker here is where does the 3 go, and how does this all unfold?
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to get someone to call this, because he did just tell them, he said, I think he said he's not going to try to make it. Yeah.
Leaked out on him.
Yeah, it did, but you know what? It's not so bad. And again, Shane's just kind of shaking his head like, man, I just can't catch a break. Can't get a shot at the 2 that leaves an easy safety back, or leaves a shot for me to get out, or the 5 really just slows down the cue ball's progress here. I mean, this isn't simple. He's got a shot to fan the 2, try to miss the 5. The 5 is going to be moved, but use this 10 and 6 as blockers down here for the cue ball. And lay the 2 over to the side rail. Hopefully just barely engaging the 5 and moving it a bit. And the 5 also is a blocker. That's asking a lot. Like that way they hit the 5 with the cue ball the second time. Okay, well, he almost got it. I don't know if this 2 plays or not.
And he can't really even think about the cross on it because he could scratch in the corner off the 9.
Sure. Yeah. Played straight, okay.
Pretty good. He liked it.
Well, yeah, he was planning to get up on the side of the 8 and try to freeze to it and not leave an easier 1-rail kick. There is a pretty routine kick here. But again, this is no tap. I mean, he hits the short side of the 3. There's a potential scratch if struck hard. He hits the high side, or the low side down here, pardon me, the 6-ball side of the 3, and he could easily scratch in the corner, lower left corner. I mean, if he hits either side of this ball, something could go wrong. It's using a little measuring system, an aiming system for extending the table and seeing your kicking point through the rail to kick and hit the 3 there. Oh wow. Did not see that coming. You know what? It appears that what he probably should have done there would have been kick a little longer down towards the side pocket and hit the cue ball a little lower, tightening it up. If you kick too long down that rail, you could even draw your ball and really tighten it up. That's, man. Who knows what would have happened had he hit that ball, but he had the chance to maybe get a roll or get safe or something. But giving that ball in hand, it's just saying, here, you run them,
Yep, exactly. And if Shane doesn't get moving pretty fast here, this could be an early evening for us, Mr. Scott.
Yeah. I've seen Shane play and just, really put on a show and terrorize some opponents.
Yeah, he's a strong player for sure. Sky didn't get the memo, though.
Right. Sky says, I'm not impressed, I'm not impressed. I'm Skylar Woodward. I shoot pool balls. Look at this. Okay, I thought, what are the odds of that ball scratching at that angle?
Wow.
Biggest lead yet.
That's right, 5.
We keep saying that.
Right.
It was just 2 in the first set. This set it's become 3, 4, and then 5. It's kind of impressive that he has stretched out a 5-game lead, considering, his faltering on the break a little bit, scratching inside occasionally, kind of hitting him a little softer a couple times and not making one. Okay, he's changing it up a bit, moving around, seeing if he has any success somewhere else.
Again, almost scratching in the side pocket.
You know what would probably make his game about a half a ball better? Like, quickly get together with Shane Van Boening this weekend and say, Shane, help me a little bit with that 10-ball break. Okay? That really would make his 10-ball game maybe a half ball better. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot. That's a lot. You know, at that speed. It's that valuable. Look at that. Wow, if he'd made that shot, picked the 9-ball off the 2 with the shot to get out. But yeah, I'm telling you, if he could get together with Shane this weekend.
I agree. I think it's a
mean,
good idea.
Man, I'll tell you what.
He goes right over the 8-ball. Let's see how he does. Shot.
Almost fanned the 10-ball on the side. Had he done that, he likely would have scratched.
Can he see the 2? He's got to jump again.
Yeah. He's just practicing his jumps right now. Now this one's a little tougher. There's an art to jumping a ball like that, and you know he did well with it to get over that. But when you're that close to the 2 or to the ball, like he just jumped just now, you don't want to hit that ball really hard and pin the cue ball, you know, to the slate. You want to hit the back, pinch the ball, and get the shaft of the cue out of the way and hit it lightly. You're just basically you're dropping the weight of the shaft on, of the cue on the ball there, on the back portion of the ball, and pinching it, and it leaps quickly that way. It gets up and out of the way.
That's hard to do because it kind of defies what you're thinking you should do.
Yeah, logic's telling you I need to hit this one hard to get it up, but you don't. You hit it light, and you just let the weight of the cue almost fall on that ball right there, that last one. And that allows the ball to pick up quickly and then be dropping quickly as well. If you hit it hard, you jump over both of them, maybe. You know, what he's concerned with is he's going to have a tight window between the 10 and the rail, the 10 and side pocket for that 7. You know, so he'll probably come down here and take a look at where he could get. And if he has any other options, there's another possibility. If he plays the 6-ball on the side, it's taking the cue ball up table and playing the cue ball on the short side of the 7 to shoot the 7 down past the side pocket and into the corner. I mean, looks like that's what he's going to do. He's going to play the 6 in the corner and play 3 rails around for the short side on the 7. And that's not so bad. It's just your cue ball really has to lay down in a tighter area. I mean, and again, if you go on our side of the 7-10, you're in a tight area as well because of where the 10 is. So, oh, he's come up way short. His shot, it's a little uncomfortable.
Biggest game of the match so far. Biggest lead of the match. I said
biggest game?
Biggest game. Biggest lead. Wow, 6 games.
Well, check him out. He's really experimenting with where to break from and trying to find the spot that works for him. But he's been getting into the side pocket so much. Okay. You know, he put a little power into those, just nothing happened to fall. But he played the cue ball into the other side rail this time to keep it from jumping into the side pocket, you know. Played a controlled break there. But unfortunately, when you're doing that, you're not hitting the one ball as full and getting the explosion, you know, like you really want to. It's a double-edged sword. It's kind of a trade-off. You know, they don't all break like Shane Van Boening. And it's a strange skill. It really is a little abnormal. Not many people can break that way, Ray. It's unbelievable how he hits the balls. You know, it's not that Shane hits the balls so hard, it's just how squarely he hits them. He's getting every ounce of, you know, 60% speed into that one ball. Whereas guys are putting 100% of their power into a break sometimes and hitting, you know, only 4/5 of the one ball or 3/4, then it matters. So Shane just gets the most out of the least effort by hitting the ball so squarely. Hits the flattest part of the one from wherever he's breaking from. So he gets the most movement into the balls. But, you know, he's not trying to just smash them all the time, too, because making the second ball behind the one in the side pocket, there's an art to that and a definite speed that you have to find. And each table is different. And one more time, Shane Winters has had to push out. Well, it's late here, folks. Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Crowd has dwindled for sure.
Yep, it's thinned out in here. Well, it's late. You know, it is a work night too. Still, it's
that's right.
It's Thursday night. Seems like a Friday, but it's Thursday.
Look at that. You know, he just barely missed the one. I mean, he just barely missed it by a shade. Just a shade. Yeah, for a second he looked at that 110. I don't think that was really something he would have considered. I think he might have just been being a little funny. Because these balls, they all play. They're all open. I like what he's doing. He's finding the spot, transitions easily from the 2 up past center table for the 3. And you know what? He didn't get where he intended. He overhit it a bit, but it doesn't matter. He's got options of playing this. He can punch this down and go across the table. You know, maybe that's how he played it. I don't know. It looked to me like he was going to play the other side of the angle and just lag past center table. But he may have played it to get across that angle and punch the cue ball to the rail and back down. So who knows? Yeah, he did it again. He's kind of mouthing to himself. He wrong angled himself slightly. But no matter, he had the angle to slide through. That's nice. It's a good thing, you know. That's a skill, you know, to be able to adjust and adapt. Well, you know, it's tough to swallow because he didn't send the cue ball up there at that corner. He completely got ushered into that corner. They pushed him from all the way down here, this lower left rail, 2 or 3 kisses, and just ran him right up the rail into that scratch. Skyler sees what in his mind is the key to running this rack. Key to opening this rack up is getting from this 2 to the 3, and then he's gone. From ball in hand, it makes it easy to fall just right on it. Well, he didn't tuck that ball back like he meant to. But look at that touch. I mean, it doesn't really matter. He got that touch. Well, he's on the 50-yard line of doing, okay, he needed to get into that 9 squarely. You know, he rushed that ball just a bit, it looked like. Yeah, he just senses the kill. But that's just experience. I think he'll eventually, in time, slow that down a bit, and that won't become an issue for him. This is fine to play 3 rails naturally into the correct side of the 9. The 9 is slightly favoring the upper right-hand corner, so that's a way to play that. Well, there it is, guys. He is just 4 games away from taking down this set, or this set and this match. If he closes this set out and wins, gets to 21 first, then he will be the champion. This 2-man event challenge match, Skyler Woodward versus Shane Winters. Best 2 out of 3 races to 21. And if you're kind of new to this, just joining us, Skyler Woodward won the last set 21-20. It's a squeaker. He has a fairly comfortable lead here. Well, he really put a premium on controlling the cue ball there. You know, he really didn't let it get away at all, but he sacrificed a little power in the break and possibly making something for it. It's just a trade-off sometimes. It's a choice because you tend to really lay into the balls, you know, and scratch it. Of course, that's not worth it. Okay. Now, Winters needs to close this rack out. These are all laid up there for the taking. 4 plays in the lower left-hand corner, so it's easy to fall on the 5. And there should be no issues of it, you know. It's got to go back and forth a little bit. 5 from the 6 to the 7, and, you know, it's not so bad. It just needs to stay in line one at a time. This shot right here is crucial. Just get fairly straight on the 4, and there should be no issues there. And he's done that. He's done that well. Now the 4 is just a bit tight by the 10, but I think he's got plenty of pocket for it.
That was nicely done.
The only thing he needs to make sure he doesn't do here is go too high of the 6, getting the angle off of the 6 that involves the 9. Okay, now he'll put a power stroke to this and go forward 2 rails. This is just a top left English. Striking the cue ball up around 11 o'clock, drive through. Just play the rails. Nice stroke. I like the angle he's gotten. Well, he didn't want to put too much inside, so he's just going to go with the zigzag shot here. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Some players like to get a little straighter on the 8 there. You play that anyway. It's just a low right zigzag. He hit it with the high ball and went 2 rails across. And with the 9 up that far off the end rail, that's not bad. Nothing wrong with that.
Looked nice.
Yeah, he didn't need to really get down here for the 9. His 9 played from where he was, so actually I just looked at it quickly. He made the best shot. Well, that's a couple in a row there.
Shane Winters is not going away. Okay, the cue ball did float to the head rail there, but luckily he hit them squarely enough so it didn't favor a corner. So look at this. Yeah,
Play up.
Now the 8 ball is the issue there. He's got to get on this 2 in a way that he might be able to get back on this this 3 for the bottom right corner.
Yep, that's right. The 8 ball does block the 3 from the upper right-hand corner. So he's got his work cut out for him just a bit. Let's see what he comes up with. I think he's got the line here to play this. I don't know what he sees or if he sees this, but he can play this 1, you know, with a lot of just medium speed side spin, float to the rail, and spin between the 4 and the 2 directly towards the 10, okay? Near the spot, or just to the left of the spot as we're looking at it. That'll give him the angle on the 2 to drag the cue ball between the 3 and the 8 and fall right on the 3 in this lower right-hand corner. I don't know if he's doing that, but okay, he did see that. I don't know that he got enough side spin in it. See, he's not there. He's not there. Now, he may be able to go forward
Yeah, forward with some inside.
But had he played that ball just with a little more side spin and gotten more grip off of the rail and changed the angle coming off that rail, like I'm saying, if he got just to the left of the spot and had a better angle on that too, he could have easily put a little draw and just stun draw it sort of in between. And I like to go to the rail and then nudge the 8. Get on your 3. And what's funny here is that he just looked with disgust and he's kind of walking away now. It's funny that he fell on it just where he did. If he's a half inch either direction, I think the 3 banks. I think it's tough to bank from here because of the potential of a double kiss on the 3. You can't get the cue ball out of the way. If he's a half inch either direction, he can either straight bank it or cross bank it, you know. But it happened to just fall funny, and I think that's what he was disgusted at. Like, couldn't be either side, just a shade, you know. And, you know, you would have seen him bank this 3 if that were the case.
It was a tough spot to duck too, because
Sure.
if he wanted to come down and duck underneath the 10-7, but the pocket was right in the way, and the other way would have left everything wide out in the open.
Well, Skyler's banking this. With the shot that Shane Winters played, he really needed to snug the cue ball. He needed to time it just right and play the speed so that the 3 ball came off and really froze up against the cue ball or got really close to it. When you leave separation like that, it's available. You know, the space is available for a banker like Skyler is going to bank that ball in. That's kind of routine for him. Oh my goodness. Not sure what happened there. I think he just rushed it, Ray. Just smelled blood, and
I don't know. I don't know what happened there, but it wasn't good.
sometimes, you know, a shot can be taken for granted. Everybody does it. You guys watching are guilty too. You know you've done it.
Bulls within 4 on
No,
a unforeseen error from Skyler.
no, he's got a
What
little,
happened?
little sense of urgency, a little pep in his step. You see him taking the balls out? He was,
Yeah.
you know, aggressively popping them down on the table.
Yeah,
I
you
think
know,
he's excited and wants to.
When I see a player do that, though, it's almost like he's trying to force himself
Right.
to get into that strut, you know, the winning
Yeah.
strut.
Yeah. And it could be. Been a long time since we were this age. We don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
We may have forgotten about that strut. Well, he got, you know, a decent amount of power into those, and just nothing turned over, and that's just the way it is sometimes. This is going to be a safety, I think. He'll fan the one over. I think. Can you see this? I don't know that he can see this. Yeah, there we go. I figured he would just fan it over and come back.
You know, he's sold the ranch here.
Yeah, the 6 and the 3 ball, and even the 5 and the 9 provide a lot of safety coverage here. If he banks the 1 ball back down the center of the table towards the 10, just barely missing the 6 and sort of killed the cue ball a little bit or high right, kind of a medium speed lag, a little right. He didn't shoot out at all. Okay. The one would go.
Oh, look at this roll off the 10.
But you know, I mean, if he's playing that one ball that way, that's something you've got to filter out of the shot running into the 10, you know. It's just if you see your window that you're coming down in is tight and that 10 ball's right in it, you're taking your chances. Sometimes you're going to be fine, sometimes you're going to get burned like this.
Going for shorty. Three in the side pocket, maybe.
That's right.
Two in the corner, three in the side.
That's right.
He's got to get far enough back in that 3 ball though, so he doesn't get a bad angle on the 4. Oh, he went the other way. What?
I'm surprised he went beyond the 8. If he was going to play it that way across 2 rails, he needed to hit on the high side of the 8. You know, and not be faced with a monster long shot. Well, I don't even know if he can see it. I don't think he can see it.
Yeah.
But if he were going to play that ball that way, he needs to, muscle up, hit it a little more aggressively with just above center high ball and double the cushions, above the rack area, above the 8. It's a bit surprising that he let that one get away with him. I mean, he let that one get away from him. And then, as I say, he got away with this.
As you're talking about getting away with things.
I think it got in my head because I saw him getting away with that. He kind of got a break. That was a bit surprising there. Didn't expect to see him fail to get out there.
Didn't get there.
A couple ways to play this, but just first thought, I see him doubling the cushions and going back to the side rail near over there and where the 3 is now, and cutting the 4 in from there. Okay, go into those. It's a nice shot. If you can hit there, that's great. Yeah, I like it better. I like it.
Excuse me. looks like this is the Sky Woodward show here, and you know, again, we're going back to that last set, you know, where it went hill. Shane had a chance, and it just went Sky's way, and you know, Sky's kind of taking control on this set. But I think they'll go back and think. I think Shane will go back and reflect on that first set, you know, and how he let it slip away.
Oh, he could count the whole set back to a couple of just 2 to 3 mistakes, you know, and say, hey, without 2 of those mistakes, I win that set. Maybe without one of them, you know.
Right.
Just one fewer mistake, maybe a game-changing, you know, going double hill. So definitely one. So, Ray, I got to speak up here. Matter of opinion here about these tight pockets deal. I have a love-hate relationship with the tight pockets thing.
Now what brings that up?
Well, internet chat is talking about some tight pockets and tightening the pockets, you know, making them really tight.
Or how tight would you make them?
Well, here's the
thing. Et cetera.
Yeah, I noticed the internet chat's talking a lot about that. You don't want it to be just a premium on ball pocketing. You know, then it's all about just sharpshooting. There's so much to this game. If the pockets become so tight, then, you know, it's a bit phony sometimes because you can't work the cue ball. There are certain shots that are the beautiful. Do you remember back when
are you trying to say it's more fun to play with a little bit bigger pocket?
Well, it's fun, but it's not just about fun, because when the pocket becomes so tight, then you can't play position the way that you used to play position. Remember the beautiful days of pool when Efren and Earl were playing that big set in Hong Kong, the race to 120 for $100,000. You know, they played some amazingly beautiful pool. They shot some balls, you know, would fire a ball in and spin the cue ball with inside English 3 rails for position. They did things that on the tightened up tables of today wouldn't go. You wouldn't see some of the guys shoot the same shots on the really tight, you know, there's always one.
So all this tight pocket stuff we're seeing is really making the game more boring to watch.
Well,
because they're being more careful, playing
tighter. It puts
tighter.
a premium on shot making. And some of the beautiful shots that you used to shoot and would be the correct shot a lot of times have on, like, you know, every pool room has one table. A lot of times it's really tight. That's the action table, you know. Well, all of a sudden they can't shoot some of the right shots, what would have been the right shot 15 years ago, you know, and play the cue ball with inside English 3 rails or something, or really work the cue ball on some of those. Well, you can't shoot those because there's such a premium on shot making on a tiny pocket table. I understand making a pocket slightly snug for being competitive. When you make it so tight that the shooting is all about just if you're a sharpshooter or not, you know, I don't agree with that. I mean, I like a table to play a bit snug at times, but I don't think that it should play so tight that you can't work the cue ball and do those just beautiful shots and really play stellar position. You know, when I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking. What do you think?
Well,
I know you like it.
I think that there's more to being able to do what you're talking about than just the tight pockets. There's also the shelf to consider, the depth of the shelf. You know, if the shelf is shallow, the pocket can be a little tighter, and you don't have to worry so much. And you know, if we're talking about a diamond bar table, those do not have deep shelves. Those are going to have a shallow shelf. So I don't think it's going to hurt much on, you know, letting your stroke out and finding your rhythm and all of that on a bar table.
Yeah,
now, if we're talking about a 9-foot, now it's, you know, it's a different story, because the 9-foot with a deep shelf on the diamond, you know, you're going to have to think twice, you know, before you get them too tight.
Yeah, I mean, there's several things that contribute to a pocket's tightness. One is the depth of the shelf, you know, how far back it goes in, past the points into the pocket. And one is, you know, the angle of the pockets, how they're cut. But then, you know, just the size. That's.
Did you mark that game already?
I think I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
19-13, 6-game lead.
But there are times, you know, when you see a certain match, a big challenge match played on the tightest table in the building, or, you know, just I'll play you at this pool room over in this town on this particular table.
Where a ball barely fits through.
Yeah.
You'd swear they were playing Russian pyramid on that table.
Yeah, and then guys suddenly, they're not shooting at shots and trying to get back and get position, you know. I remember when I was learning to play, watching, you know, the likes of Earl Strickland or Efren and those guys, you know, some of the shots that they would do, and they could really work the cue ball. Well, nowadays, with, you know, on the table that would be so tight, like you're talking about, it puts a premium on just who's a sharpshooter. You know what I mean? Who can just make this ball from 87 feet away. That's all it's about. And it's not and the table plays a bit phony when it's like that because it's not a true representation of what this game was designed to be. You know, there's a lot to be said about being able to play position and work the cue ball and make it dance around the table, and still have the table play a bit competitive, but not overly tight, because then you're just trying to become a sharpshooter, I think, and that hurts you as much as maybe it helps you.
All right, I'll take the 7 after the tournament. Oh.
Now that right there is pretty unbelievable.
Wow.
This is a true bar table.
How did that not go
the 5
in?
is basically hanging. It hit it in the one spot that it could hit it and double kiss it and not have the ball turn over. I mean, that is uncanny right there. I mean, I know how he feels, because you could shoot that shot and hit that ball probably, 100 times, and it's going to go in 96 of them.
Well, Sky is got his sights set on the finish line here. And if he can finish this one off, he's kind of got a funny angle here.
Well, yeah, he's got to really spin this ball, catch it about as thick as he can, and spin it and try to come down between the 8 and the 7. Oh, and he's gotten into the 8. And is that no good?
No good.
Yeah, he needed to hit that ball a millimeter thicker, and he would have gotten just past the 8.
Yeah.
With these bar table pockets, you can play with a pocket. You can slop it in, miss it slightly,
Right.
and it helps you. Bar table players learn that you can play position. Like on a big table, there's certain shots you can't play position the same way you can on the bar table. On a true bar table like this, you can, play with the pocket and kind of slop it in, and still and changes the angles with the cue ball. You can get there on a bar table, whereas and I say a bar table, a diamond 7-footer. It's not a bar table necessarily. Okay, it's a 7-foot diamond because the pockets are cut more like a big table. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look at a diamond bar table and look at a valley bar table and compare one pocket to the other. Take a picture if you need to, and then compare them at home or something. You'll see the difference. One is the shelf depth on the valleys.
Oh.
A rare missed ball, and
So
he's ended up safe, and
Yeah.
Shane has dropped his head and is in the chair over there, and he's sick about it by now. He kind of, man, can't one just roll up for me somewhere in front of a pocket?
Yeah, that'll be the theme here is the rolls.
But you'll notice, let's get back to this, on a valley or a dynamo bar table, maybe that's a bar table. It's a bar table. They're in bars, coin-op tables. And the diamonds have improved a bar table. You know what I mean? They've made it more like a real table, and I like that. I think that's how a pool table is supposed to be, more like a gold crown or a diamond, where you can rattle a ball down the rail and it'll hang up on you. Whereas on a valley, the fact of it is, if it hits inside of those points, it's designed to angle in. If you look at the angle of the pocket, the way they're cut straighter, whereas a regular pool table is cut with the pocket flared somewhat, so a ball that's not struck accurately down the rail will hit the rail and rattle across and sit on the shelf. Whereas on the valley, there's very little shelf because it's cut closer to the points, and the angle is straighter, so it's an angle designed to bring the ball into the pocket. Think about it like this. The people who make these tables, they're trying to get you to spin your quarters faster, so they want any ball hitting inside of those points to drop. A couple ways they can make that happen is by cheating that angle just a bit, and by making the drop point of the slate push in towards the table a little bit more. Look at this. Wow, what
Hell of a
placement.
shot.
That's when he needs that to happen right now. Down 19-13. He needs a break or two like that to get back in this. Now we'll see if he can come with it. He's got to stay solid here. He's got to figure out his plan here. See the 9 ball? He's got to either go long up table, high of the 9, and just get long enough to have a shot on the 8, or you may see him spin in between the 8 and 9. Oh, and he got into the 8. He wanted to go between them.
Now, he's got to look at the 8-9 here.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's playing it safe. You know what? He didn't even get that. He
Yeah.
hit that 8 too thick.
That 8-9 may have been on for the top right corner pocket.
Yeah. You see what his intention was there. He didn't want the 9 to move so far away. He wanted to thin the 8 and leave it behind the 9. And you know what? Maybe
is
he
going
faked
on?
us all out. Are we in the twilight zone?
What is going on here?
I never would have imagined that he, tried to play the safety there and sold out the shot.
Well, these guys have been playing non-stop since 7 p.m. yesterday. 7 hours of straight pool. Not straight pool, but 7 hours straight of playing pool. They got to be I'm tired sitting over here talking about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty worn out. We might see another double hill thriller yet, Ray. You never know.
It would be something. Well, Shane Winters is going to take a quick break there, and while he's doing that, I guess we will as well. Quick visit to our sponsors. We'll be right back, folks, with more action from here at Smokin' Aces. Don't go away.
The Billiard Congress of America estimates that nearly 36 million people in the U.S. play some form of cue sport. 11 million of those people play 25 times or more per year in over 9,000 bars or pool halls. With the Go Play Pool app, people can find places to play pool, and pool halls and bars can advertise their business. The Go Play Pool app is free to download and offers rooms an affordable way to advertise directly to the people who would frequent their establishment. Everything from tournaments and leagues to food and drink menus and even other games or entertainment can be on your room profile. If you own a pool hall or bar with pool tables, you need to be a member of Go Play Pool. Sign up today to start your free 30-day trial. With the Go Play Pool app, it doesn't matter where you are in the U.S., you can find a great place to go play pool.
All right, we're back, and it is 19-14. Sky Woodward 2 away from the finish line here, and the $5,000 payday. And Shane Winters fighting to stay alive. And if he can get this set, it will go to a final decider set. One final race to 21. We will be here for the duration. Well, no clear shot on this one ball. He might be able to spin this in.
I think what we're going to see him do here, Ray, is jump this ball partially. Or is he just spinning it? See if he hits it hard and skips it. Yeah, he's got to jump it. But he can see 3/4 of this ball. So he just has to get over the edge of the two.
Nice shot.
And a shot like that plays better sometimes with your break cue, with a hard tip on it, you know. I do the same sometimes with a shot like that. Just use the break cue.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, provides a nice solid strike into the ball, and you don't really have to hit it very hard usually. Look at this layout.
He's hitting the throat of them pockets too.
Yeah. I mean, he's slightly wrong side on the 3, but it's not going to matter. He's going to be able to, go into the 5 and nudge it towards the right pocket when he shoots the 4. Or just hold it. And, I think he's just going to go into it. We'll see if he draws it across and back. Yeah, we'll probably see him just draw this ball, bumping the 5 to the right. So easy a caveman could do it.
So easy, an actor could do it.
It's been done. Yeah, actors have done it.
Look at this guy. Within 4. Well, it's been exciting. It's been a good, tight match. You know. It's my favorite kind of match.
From our internet chat, referencing the internet chat here, they're talking about a famous movie, and for us pool players, The Color of Money.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have any favorite quotes from The Color of Money, Scott?
Well, we're talking about the one right now.
Have you watched it enough to memorize
Ray?
quotes?
Ray, not just to memorize quotes. I had a bet when I was... The Color of Money came out in 1986. You want me to just recite the movie? I can start now and do it.
No, don't.
From the opening credits where they're playing the music, and 9-ball is a rotation pool. The balls are pocketed.
Okay,
in
all right,
numbered
I
order.
believe you.
Okay. Listen, I watched The Color of Money on a loop. I was in high school. I think I was a freshman in high school. I was 86.
All right.
Graduated high school in 90. So, yeah, I played it for, just a couple of years on a loop.
To this day,
constantly.
your parents can't stand Tom Cruise and Paul Newman.
I don't have the black shirt that says Vincent, but
Have you ever seen that video on YouTube called the Hustler of Money?
No.
It's a parody of The Color of Money.
oh, really? I don't think I've seen it.
It's hilarious. You got to watch it.
But they were talking about the scene where he says, Tom Cruise playing Keith McCready. The pool player, Keith McCready, who played the character
Keith McCready, that rings a bell.
Grady Seasons.
Oh, okay.
He played the character Grady Seasons. And, the part where he says, "Don't choke now. It's not that hard a shot." Tom Cruise kind of looks over him, kind of in disgust, Did you just say don't choke now? McCready tells him, yeah, you heard me. Tom Cruise looks up and smirks and goes, yeah, I heard you. And then the music kind of kicks in, and that's when he kicks the ball in, off the back of another ball and in this position, and McCready kind of throws his hands out. And anyway, so they have to reel Tom Cruise in.
Lets out a sigh.
Yeah. Finally, after a few games of this battling back and forth, Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio, her character comes over and has to tell Tom Cruise to chill, and slow it down.
Slow it down or he's not getting any for a while.
She gives him a little warning. Just leave it at that. She gives him a little warning.
Well, Woodward on the hill. And he's got a little strut working too.
Yeah, sure does. Bet he racks his balls a few times. New record. Look how fast. He wants to get these smashed and get out again. Yeah, Ray, that was an old college bet. Many years ago, I would sit and actually recite the movie. They'd play the movie and have me sit there and recite the lines all before they were said. And they're like, okay, we get it. You can do it. You win.
Well, that pales in comparison. All I can do is say all of the ingredients to a Big Mac backwards.
Ray, don't get me cracked up and start laughing again. 'Cause are you going to do it?
No.
Okay. All right. All right, let's look at this shot. So he's got to involve the 5 ball in the shot, obviously. Now, can he move the 5 ball and play position to make sure he doesn't get hemmed up with the 5? You know, a lot of these power bar table players, the guys that put these, 5, 6, 7 racks together, there's no, stopping them in a situation like this. They're shooting this ball, and they're getting shape on the 2. They're controlling where they hit the 5 and how it moves out of the way, and if they get a double kiss with the cue ball, there's a lot to think about here. And you have to consider he's jacked up over the 4, so it makes it a little trickier. But they'll come out of this and end up with a shot. Oh yeah, it was laying pretty nicely to get a shot in the side.
It looks like an awful tight lane past that 4 ball.
Yeah, it's a little tough, but I think it plays. He wouldn't have played it that way and played shape for it. He'll probably be coming short side on the 3 and shooting the 3 past the 9 in the corner.
He doesn't like it.
Well, looks like he's rolling it. So he's going to shoot the 3. Okay.
Caught the 4.
He was playing it short side, but you know what? He got into the 3 anyway. So.
Yeah. And look at this. He got safe. He moved the 3 up on the 9. It's just got nasty.
Well, that actually kind of helps him out. Well, I guess not. You can look at that either way. Prevents Skylar from getting out, but then again, Skylar's kicking, he probably wouldn't get out anyway, so maybe you don't want the 3 tied up in case you get a shot at it. Oh boy, that's going to...
Wow.
No, he's going to be able to get this 3 loose now.
Yep.
We may see, he may make a run here, Shane Winters, and get right back in this. It all starts with this, how he comes out breaking these balls out. If he's smelling like a rose or like poo. I want to see him nudge this ball loose and come out smelling like a rose. I'm ready for another double hill. Catch my 3rd wind here in a bit, Ray. Well, it's manageable. He's just got to play position to where the 3 goes. Okay, he managed to hold it. So nice. Okay, let's go ahead and look to the 6 here. The 4 and the 5 are tap-ins. From center table, okay, imagine the cue ball did center table. He's got to play on the 6 to punch it in with low left, pull high and tight 2 rails out of the corner, cue ball back right between the 8 and the 10. You see it, Ray? He's going to get center table or so, or on that line at least, towards the 6, kind of like the line he's got now, maybe a little better. Okay. And he'll just tuck that cue ball with a bottom left English. Not too much bottom because you'll draw it all the way into the corner, but we'll see him tuck it with a good low left English. And he'll split right between the 8 and 10. He played it a little carefully, so I got a little more cut than I would have liked. I would have preferred a couple inches less cut, but he'll be able to still hold it. He tucked 2 rails. Oh. Okay, he rolled it, which is why he got into the 8. See, that could have been disastrous. If he'd have hit the back of the 8 full, he puts the 8 right between the cue ball and the 7. That's why he needed to tuck that ball with a low left, kind of a little bit of a punch. That way he didn't involve the 8 in the shot. So he got a little bit of a roll there, not hitting, thinning the 8 and getting a shot like he did. He needed to tuck it. But no matter now, he's a 2016. He can go on a tear here.
and take it down.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? I'd love to see that, you know. I really would love to see that. Him just run a few racks here.
Well, I'm glad, because if that happens, you can stay up and watch it. I'm going to sleep. I'm just kidding.
I mean, wouldn't that be cool, though, for him to just go on a tear and run 3-4, and all of a sudden it really is. And then we have another really nasty game, double hill, just a bunch of safeties and whatever, chewing their fingernails off. Don't have a quarter invested, but nervous wrecks in the booth.
Yeah, that's never happened. All right, here we go. Rack number 37 of this set. And we had, what do we have, 41 racks last match.
Well, Ray, once again, referencing the internet chat guys, they're talking about late Grady Matthews and his time in the movie The Color of Money. I've heard some stories about that, you know, from Grady.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when he was in the set The Color of Money.
You know, I was at a pool room. I can't remember where it was, but they were telling me a story about Grady. He was like in action or something with somebody, and then next thing you know, he just runs over and like attacks this guy.
Yes. Yes.
And like just jumps him. And I'm going, man, that story sounds familiar.
Mobile,
I'm like,
Alabama? Was that Mobile?
You know what? It might have been. It's like I'm going, oh, look at this.
Well,
I was going, man, that story sounds so familiar, and I started thinking, wait a minute. I wonder who that guy was. So I'd heard that story somewhere before, but to this day I can't place it.
I'll tell you what, Grady sure was he was a passionate player, you know. When he thought he was right, he would stand up for what he believed in, I'll tell you that.
That's for sure.
Quite a character.
Yeah.
Oh,
look at this.
okay.
Close the dealitis.
Well, Shane Winters is granted a reprieve. Now, this angle's a little flat. He's got to hope he can get in and out of that rail to get the cut on the 7. Oh, yeah, no problem at all. I have plenty of angles.
He can go 3 rails, or he can go back and forth, but 3 rails.
There's never a scratch on those 3 rails. You just can't over-amp it and get behind the 9 like that.
Wow, of all places to be.
You'll see a lot of guys come up short on that shot and not end up with a good cut on the 8, end up having to bank the 8 because they're scared of going 3 rails behind the 9, you know. It's a delicate, tricky shot.
This is not what you want to happen when your opponent's on the hill.
Look at that. Wow.
Sweetness.
We got some drama here. This is something. Man.
All right, here we go. Rack number 38.
Look at this. It's kind of been a constant for him, you know, that he's making balls, you know, and can't see the one. It's happened a lot. Really has happened a lot. tell you what, there have been so many great pull stories about Grady, that are just great to hear and just really funny. And remembering Grady, fondly, Grady was sometimes rough around the edges, but we all knew that, and that's what made him a character,
He had the best stories, though.
Yeah, sure did.
And a way of telling them.
Yeah, he's a great storyteller. He was definitely a great storyteller. But yeah, there was this, we were talking about Mobile, Alabama, and apparently there was an argument about a hit, a good hit, bad hit, or something. I think what happened was, okay, I don't know the exact story, but I'm just going to tell the way that I've heard it. This may be wrong in a couple of ways. I don't know, but it's close, I think. Apparently he's playing someone, and they called the tournament director over for a hit, okay? I don't recall the exact who was shooting, but they get the tournament director to make a determination on the hit. Oh, I know what it is. I think the other guy's shooting, okay? The tournament director watches a shot. The guy makes a good hit. The tournament director says, in the tournament director's opinion, it was a good hit. So he walks off, and the guy goes to shoot. And Grady said, well, that was a bad hit. And the guy says, no, it was a good hit. He says, no, I know what I'm talking about. I mean, I've been playing pool for this many years. That was a bad hit. And the guy said, Grady. Grady's trying to stop him from shooting, claiming that he has the ball in hand. And the guy says, Grady, he called it a good hit. He said, he's a tournament director. He said, well, I don't care who he is. I say it was a bad hit. It was a bad hit. And he grabs the cue ball and picks it up and goes to shoot. Okay? And the other guy, puts his cue in front of him like to block him from shooting. He says, Grady, what are you doing? Grady puts the cue down and tackles the guy.
Oh, really?
And now they're rolling around on the floor or wrestling around fighting. I don't know. But, he just really believed it. He said, I don't care what the tournament director said. That was a bad hit. I got ball in hand. Now, I wish that someone was out there that knows this story for sure and maybe can clean up the details. That's the representation I got of this story. It just cracks me up, because that was just Grady, Boy, and he was, good in the booth. It was funny. Called the shots like a champ and could really get you laughing in the booth just this. And man, Billy Incardona and Grady Matthews. That was I just don't know that it got any better than that. For the comedy value, those two would give each other such a hard time.
Well, Sky Woodward here got a chance to close the deal. Nice angle to float down for the 9.
Skyler says, I do no floating. I am 21. I fire the balls. And he sure does fire the balls when he's playing banks, doesn't he?
And this is it. This 10 ball for the match and the tournament. Sky Woodward takes it down, folks. 21-17. Whew. That was a good match, Scott.
Yeah, it was. I really thought we might have a comeback there and make another squeaker.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Well, thanks to all of you for joining us out on the internet. We appreciate you being here. And hope you join us for the tournament this weekend. We've got 16 top players ready to duke it out here. And let's look at the names on this list here. Shane Van Boning, Rodney Morris, Chip Compton, Hennessy, Bergman, Olinger, Durbin, Philmont. That's a who's who here. Well, signing off, Scott. Enjoyed it. Good job, and thank you all. And we'll be back at 6 p.m. tomorrow with the Calcutta, and play will begin immediately following. It'll be 2 sets tomorrow. We'll have 2 rounds tomorrow night, folks. Good night, everyone.
You have a real good selection down here at Emerald Billiards of pool tables, whatever you want to play on. Whatever your table, you got it down here, Yeah, and also in Emerald Billiards, you have the full bar, where you have a full kitchen. We serve anywhere from finger food to steak dinners every night. We're known for our Emerald Burger. You can really enjoy yourself down here. If you want to come out and just shoot pool with your family one night, or you want to come out here and gamble, you'll find a game over here anytime you want.